and equip them to meaningfully participate in governance and policy processes within the spaces they occupy. Economic empowerment, livelihoods, and opportunities, through which we seek to increase youth access to opportunities and improve their employability, retention, and professional growth. In addition, our aspirations also include youth-driven transformation led by our alumni in different sectors across Africa, just and dignified society as a byproduct of the initiatives by our alumni.
Wakati wa Afrika kuinuka, dunia nzima yatazama, uongozi bora, udhabiti wetu, ndio umoja, tuungane, tusimame. Rise up Africa, rise up Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one final round of applause to our Steiner's band.
Thank you very much, Steiner's band.
Thank you. We'll be at the tail end of the program. We'll have an introduction of the band members. But at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you all to please be upstanding as I invite Ashraf and Catherine to make their way to the stage, please. Ashraf and Catherine. As we're in the beat of attention, we will now have the anthems, starting with the Kenyan anthem and the East African Community anthem, and after which we'll have the opening prayers.
Mungu nguvu yetu,
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Still in that point of tension, we'll now have the opening prayers from Ashraf and Catherine.
Let us pray. Almighty everlasting Father, we come before you. We give you praise and thanksgiving. Thank you for this opportunity, Father Lord. Thank you for each and every soul that is presented here, Father Lord. We give you thanks and praise, Father Lord. Even as we prepare to launch the report, Father Lord, I pray, Father Lord, that whatever is in that document, Father Lord, will be deliberated, Father Lord, and all the interventions will be incorporated in our counties, Father Lord. Father Lord, I pray that whatever it is that is in that document, Father Lord, will be of useful to the young people of this country, Father Lord. We give you thanks and praise, Father Lord. I pray this shortly, believing and trusting. Amen.
Na tuombe. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kuneemesha neema kubwa kubwa na ndogo ndogo. Maulana, tunakuomba kwa neema zako utusaidie katika mbele yako katika utukufu huu wa kongamano hili wa kuzindua mapendekezo ya utafiti ya Tunaweza. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba kuendeleza kiongozi wetu katika Emerging Leaders Foundation katika jitihada zake za kuelekea za kulea viongozi wa kesho. Ya Rabbi, Mwenyezi Mungu utujalie viongozi wote waliofika hapa, mawaziri, machifu afisa na wabunge, ya Rabbil Alamin. Utuwezeshe ya Rabbil Alamin tuwe katika moyo wetu mmoja, ya Rabbil Alamin. Tunakuomba utusaidie kwa vyombo vyote vya amani, umoja na maendeleo. Utupe moyo wa kujitolea kwa ajili ya wenzetu na kutimiza malengo yetu ya kongamano hili. Maulana, utusikie na utukubali sala hizi kwa jina lako tukufu. Amin. Amin.
Thank you, Ashraf and Catherine. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have your seats. Very well. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once more to the Emerging Leaders Foundation Breakfast, where today we're going to be celebrating the release of a much-awaited report looking at the effectiveness and impact of youth-led social accountability, looking at the case of Tunaweza project, greatly supported by the Ford Foundation. Thank you all for being here on time. I noticed the friendships, the camaraderie in the room. So I know most of you are, familiar faces to each other, but this is just a special welcome to your guests as well. Should you be meeting for the first time, it's a bit of an interlude to make sure that you know who's on your left and right. Give them a high five, give them a good morning, and tell them Karibuni Sana on my behalf. Very well, that's quite warm indeed as well. I'll be your facilitator and moderator. My name is Laban Cliff, a very passionate youth motivator, I should say. I think anytime I look at the youth badge and the conversations around the high offices, it's really hard to say, how do we capitalize, how do we manage, how do we ensure that we can actually involve them in our projects, how do we make sure that we can actually have them at the core of every decision making. And I think Emerging Leaders Foundation has been at the forefront of this. I know I've interacted with various cohorts as well, and you sitting here at this breakfast will help kind of give ideas, spur the conversation, and ensure that even within your various organizations, the youth conversation does not miss onto that. So just to give you an overview of the program, we'll hear a few speeches as well, and also a panel to look forward to where we'll also engage with you. And I'd urge you to, look at the questions, see what you can actually share, even comments as well from you as the experts. So at this point in time, without further ado, we'll have a quick introduction on ELF Africa, and particularly on the programs, and particularly on this one on Tunaweza project. So allow me to welcome up on stage in his fantastic West African regalia, Acho Gerald Angie, to give us the opening remarks as well, and welcome as well. Karibu sana. A round of applause, please, to Acho.
Thank you, Laban. Good morning, everyone. Karibuni sana. So I just want to make a short introduction about ELF, our work, and what we do as an organization. So Emerging Leaders Foundation, which I will mostly refer in the presentation as ELF Africa, exists to empower, support, and accompany young women and men to achieve meaningful, dignified, and impactful participation in governance, economy, and public affairs at all levels. And this is anchored around the foundational value-based approach to leadership as service. So we focus around training young people to see leadership as service, that leaders are servants, not to impose but to serve. Our vision is a just and dignified society anchored on value-based leadership and active, responsible citizenship. And our mission is to create and promote a culture of responsive, inclusive, and accountable governance that is at all levels, underpinned by value-based leadership and active citizenship. We have values that guide us, and our core values as an organization is integrity, servant leadership, African dignity, partnerships, excellence, equality, and active citizenship. Our model of work, we basically focus on helping young people to discover who they are. There is a saying that you cannot give what you don't have. So leadership, we believe everyone has the potential to be a good leader. So we begin by working with young people to discover who they are. And in that process, they are able to connect with others, and through that connection, impact their communities. Currently, our work spans in Bungoma, Singishu, Kericho, Migori, Narok, Murang'a, Makueni, Kilifi, Nakuru, Kakamega, Kisumu, Nairobi, and Mombasa. Our work is centered around 3 program areas. We have leadership development program, which we deal a lot areas of leadership and mentorship. We have governance and civic engagement program, which is part of one of the reasons we are here this morning, and our economic empowerment program. Under our leadership program, ELF Africa's core belief is that value-based leadership is crucial for driving social, economic, and political transformation. And through our leadership development program, which has to do a lot with mentorship and working along with young people, we employ a unique 3-dimensional approach: training, mentorship, and coaching. And this sets us apart from different organizations, from similar organizations doing the same work, in that for us, we are cognizant that individuals exist within communities. So we work with the individuals and also work with them to be able to work and impact their communities, but also engage with systems that work within that community. And that has been that is our niche as an organization. And under this program, we have different interventions. And one of them is what we do with the Public Service Commission, the Public Service Emerging Leaders Fellowship Program. The I-Lead Fellowship, which is the foundation of the organization, revolves around the I-Lead Fellowship. Changamka, the Now Us Awards, where we work with local community-based organizations, the African Biblical Leadership Initiative, and My Sister's Keeper. Under our governance and civic engagement program, ELF Africa sees good governance as the responsible management of public affairs for the greater public good, emphasizing efficient use of resources and inclusive democratic systems. So we believe in fostering trust. We work within community, and trust is important for us, community transformation, and sustainable development. And this happens through responsive leadership and citizen engagement. This can only happen when we work with citizens and young people. Through our governance and civic engagement program, we are able to equip young men and women with the skills, the values, and networks to engage actively in governance and policy making, be it online or offline, at all levels across the public and private sector. Under this program, we have different interventions. We have Tunaweza, which is one of the interventions under the program which we are in today. We have the Good Politician, we have Usika, we have Sarah Talks, and Youth Day of Service. Under our last program is the Economic Empowerment Program, and we believe in harnessing the potential of young people to drive personal and community transformation through access to meaningful employment and entrepreneurship. We are cognizant that not all young people are interested in getting formal jobs. Not all young people are interested in being employed. Many young people are also interested in starting up their own businesses, doing things for themselves that contribute to their communities. That is why the program has two pathways, the employment pathway and the entrepreneurship pathway. Under the employment pathway, we support young people from universities by accompanying them, providing them skills, and we have an intervention called Job Immersion, where we are able to bring those young people, put them in different positions to be able to acquire the skills needed and learn experience on being on the job, and this helps them in the long run. Entrepreneurship pathways, we work with young people who want to do social enterprises or start up businesses, and we are also able to connect them with investors who then support their businesses and work. Founded in 2012, ELF Africa has so far reached 10,000 young people directly through training and mentorship, and these young people have over time indirectly reached almost over 200 young people. Our alumni have so far created over 200 initiatives all across Kenya. 79% of people who pass through our program have ended up mentoring others, forming a chain reaction. Our program, our approach is not just focusing on a particular individual, but we are very intentional to ensure what happens after someone leaves our program. And that is where our impacts come from. Their contribution to their communities, to the country, and to their fellow colleagues and peers is very important for us. Last year, we celebrated 10 years, and part of our commitment and aspiration was to go to 47 counties in Kenya. We are very hopeful, and we are hoping that in the coming year, we will be moving to more counties, reaching more people across country. We also committed to supporting other organizations, grassroots organizations, our partners working at the counties. And in the coming year, we will be very intentional about that, to working with more organizations, being able to provide sub-granting opportunities to empower grassroots organizations so that they can also work and bring impact within their own communities. Because we are knowledgeable that change, we cannot do it alone. We need partners to be able to achieve what we want to do. This is our team, our beautiful team. Currently, we have 28 full-time staff based in our office in Westlands, and we have 8 county coordinators who are here today. Without them, we will not actually be here. So we are very grateful for the effort that our county coordinators are making. We are being led by 2 great women. We have our executive director, Ms. Karen Wakoli, and we have Dr. Katindi Sevi, our board chair, who have been very gracious and lead the team with so much humility and grace. And through them, we are going to new heights every day, and we are all challenged and going through this journey together. At this moment, I would like to invite all of us to join us and watch a short film about our Tunaweza journey, to look at how we've been able to work with young people, to work with communities, to work with government institutions at the county, and the contributions everyone is making for us to achieve a collective good, which is a more accountable counties and a more accountable country for everyone. Thank you so much, Laban.
Ni wakati wa Afrika kuinuka, dunia nzima yatazama, uongozi bora, udhabiti wetu, ndio umoja, tuungane, tusimame. Ni wakati wa Afrika kuinuka, dunia nzima yatazama, uongozi bora, udhabiti wetu, ndio umoja, tuungane, tusimame. Rise up Africa, rise up Africa.
28th August 2010 ushered in a new constitutional dispensation in Kenya. With it came a new structure of governance, devolution, whose intent and purpose was to take service decision-making and policy processes closest to the people. But who was going to hold the county governments accountable? What role were the young people to play in devolution? How can more young women and men get seats at the decision tables? These and many other questions would be answered in 2017 when we launched the Tunaweza project with support from Ford Foundation. The Tunaweza project's objective is to place young people at the heart of devolution. Tunaweza is a Swahili word for we can, and the rallying call was and remains that young people can engage and deliver. After 5 years of implementation, here is our Tunaweza story.
In the name Tunaweza, Swahili for we can. Yes, we can. People, there's power in people believing and knowing that they can, that they have the power, they have the agency, they have what it takes to change their story and change their destinies and that of their continent and nation, and even families. And so the work we do as Emerging Leaders Foundation is therefore to raise awareness of young people about county governance, about why they need to engage and engage effectively. And even at some point then link them up with the county government officials for them to understand what are some of the opportunities, where are the gaps, where can young people do better, because that is really important.
Tunaweza project started in 2017, and the main aim is to engage youth and to renew the spirit of ownership on devolution processes. And this came about because most of the youths in the different counties within Kenya were not being involved in different devolution processes, and they felt a disconnect between the youth and the leadership of the counties.
From Migori and Bungoma, through Kericho, Uasin Gishu, Narok, Murang'a and Makueni, all the way to the coastal county of Kilifi, hundreds of young people have been a central part of the Tunaweza story. Since inception, we have reached many more through and with these Tunaweza champions, equipped them, showed them the way, and positioned them as devolution crusaders and informed rights holders in their respective counties. Our work through Tunaweza has reverberated in communities, county assemblies, devolution conferences, and offices of select governors.
When I was joining Tunaweza, one of the first trainings we underwent was on social accountability. So since then we've been able to track county budgeting processes. We've been able to write memorandums and petitions on different areas, and through that we have seen some of the issues that we've raised have been taken into account. Some of issues have been really addressed with the county from the advocacy initiatives that we've been undertaking here at the grassroots levels.
Over the time, I think we have done well in terms of voicing out the youth agenda in the different spaces. We have the youth policy that is already passed. And during its formulation, we had different members of our unit of Tunaweza championing for it. And these are people who have really helped us even when we want to float out petitions and all documentation, follow-ups with government processes. And they've really helped us to be impactful, and they lobby on our behalf in places that we cannot reach. So that has been one of the key things that I have seen work with the unity.
We bring uniqueness in terms of engagement. And our unique approach is just the learning that we've gotten from Emerging Leaders Foundation and other partners, whereby we are able to follow through a very good accountability process, whereby a young person sitting in some task force, in some leadership space, her views or his view is being taken into the plans, and that's why I talk about even the development plans, the plans for the county. Are they reflected there? What did they make in terms of submitting memorandum, opinions and everything? Has it been captured? So we brought that meaningful participation is our tool as the unique thing.
In the first they thought that young people are making noise, but we moved them from the noise to voice. And they were able to understand that young people are not enemies, but they are their friend. Another thing is that we have been assisting them in mobilizing young people in the grassroots, which was very difficult for them. The youth used to attack them seriously. But after that, things went well.
Through Tunaweza, we have learned how to engage with the county government in different forums, especially on public participation. We have learned how to engage and how to, matters of devolution. And Tunaweza and my team has been participating in different public participations. For example, in the last CIDP, they participated and their input was put on record. So through Tunaweza, we have gained skills, we have been equipped with knowledge to be able to engage with the county government in devolution.
Having been one of the people who have had the chance to interact with young people, I'll say Tunaweza is doing, is trying to address some of the challenges in terms of knowledge, because supporting these young people with bringing people who are experts in these fields so that they are able to actually impact that knowledge, that is very key, because these young people in their respective counties, they are empowered with knowledge, they are able to engage from an information point of view because they have understood the processes.
Stories of Tunaweza's impact abound, from fellows who were inspired to run for elective office to county youth policies to more young people appointed to technical communities and working groups. In Makueni, the county youth policy is now in place, thanks to the significant contribution of our Tunaweza champions. In Kilifi County, there is evidence of dwindling cases of teenage pregnancies, school dropouts, and teenage-related crime cases. All thanks to the Tunaweza-steered Kakoneni Football Club, a governance and accountability avenue the Kilifi team uses to mobilize and engage the community in county affairs.
Katika mradi wa Tunaweza umewezesha kupeana mafunzo katika jamii tofauti tofauti kupitia njia tofauti tofauti, lakini haswa kupitia michezo, kushirikisha vijana katika kuangazia vile kaunti ya Kilifi inavyofanya mambo yake, na hiyo imechangia kuongezeka kwa umaarufu na kujua kitu gani ambacho kinaendelea katika gatuzi la Kilifi.
Karibu sana mpenzi msikilizaji wa 88.3 kutoka Radio FM. Kama ndo kwanza unafungulia radio yako, kipindi hewani ni The Wire.
Migori County was a stronger youth voice in town hall meetings and community media houses, a new dawn heralded by our Tunaweza champions. Previously known for rampant female genital mutilation, Migori County has benefited from Tunaweza's impeccable mobilization skills, which have seen landmark bills pass in the county assembly to curb this archaic tradition, all to secure the safety of young women and allow them an equal opportunity to engage in not only education but governance as well.
The level of awareness on gender-based violence, particularly the FGM, has gone high, and the bad practices like early child marriage into area where they are working in has really gone down, and we appreciate that. They are helping the county to meet its CIDP goals.
I'm proud to say that we're in the process of coming up with a youth policy, which has come a long way. It is the TWG, that is the technical working group. Tunaweza is one of them. So I'm happy that we are going to deliver to the Migori people a youth policy that is going to guide us how to help the youth of Migori County. So it is a plus to Tunaweza and other working groups.
As YAD, we are working with the youths. We're trying to involve them in agriculture. And since the youths are always left out, mostly on issues to do with governance and how the county works, I think the collaboration with Tunaweza, it gives us a platform where the youths are able to understand how and even be engaged on how the county government works, and they're empowered actually to understand what is happening.
With devolution entering its second decade in Kenya, there is much to write about. Yet we believe that for rights holders, the work is only getting started. Available evidence from various state agencies points to a greater need for more accountability that must be demanded by all Kenyans. And we believe that Tunaweza remains a key player in this discourse.
I actually foresee, because I see many African countries going the devolved way, I see Tunaweza going beyond Kenya and beyond county governments in Kenya to being able to impact and affect county governments and federal governments in other African countries.
The county government, because of the partnership we have had with Tunaweza, has been now able to receive a lot of ideas from the young people, which we are incorporated in our CIDP, that is County Integrated Development Plan, and also in the draft youth policy. So the youths are now informed and they are able to voice out their concerns, their opinions, their suggestions, and in a better way and in several frameworks, be it online, be it face-to-face interaction. And this is courtesy of Tunaweza program.
Over the next 5 years of devolution, we want to see a lot more transparency and accountability from the county governments. We hope to influence and contribute to the adoption of county youth policies in all 25 Tunaweza counties through our advocacy and community engagement efforts. We want to have young people occupy at least 30% of all appointive seats in different county teams, communities, and working groups. In the next 5 years, we will also influence and contribute to the revision of public participation policies and processes to make them more intentional, equip young people to be proactive, and establish follow-up mechanisms to ensure adequate funding for youth-centric initiatives and 100% implementation.
Moving forward, Tunaweza focus should be more on seeing how they could reach more people, especially on the grassroots level. They could adopt a TOT model, training of trainers, because that's more of sustainable way of doing it. So you train, it could be budget champions at the community level. So the budget champions now train the other community members, so that it's a more of sustainable model.
I think the steps that the Tunaweza group can take to engage many more people, it's eradicating the barrier between the government and the youths.
There is also a greater need for robust and consistent project audits. This calls us to conduct more capacity building sessions, to have a movement of objective young people with the requisite know-how to conduct these project audits, and, in turn, train some more young people from their respective wards. The next 5 years also demand that Tunaweza members are thoroughly equipped to support their communities in identifying needs, designing project concepts, and engaging duty bearers to include these in county plans.
Nikiangalia upande wa Tunaweza, at least imewezesha kuleta trust ya community. Community inajua endapo kama niko na jambo fulani, ni nani ninaweza kufuata. Wale members ambao tumekuwa tukifanya na wao, wamekuwa wakileta report wakati tukifanya makongamano, na wanaeleza vile ambavyo community imepata trust kwao, na wanajieleza kwao ili waweze kusaidika na yale mambo madogo madogo pale kwa community.
Vijana tunaweza.
Vijana tunaweza.
Vijana tunaweza.
Vijana
tunaweza.
Kwa kweli, vijana tunaweza.
Fantastic production. Well done to the teams behind the scenes who made this happen. If I mention your name and you're here, please stand and we'll recognize you. Karen Munyae, Vincent Muita, Kenneth Ruto, Anthony, Ashraf, Jacinta. Oh, there they are. The stars are here. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Good job. Facilitators, the partnership, Asha, Kadura team, thank you very much. We really appreciate the work that you do behind the scenes, and we cannot wait to interact with you further. That's why I mentioned them, so that you can see where they are patched as well. So asanteni sana. So without further ado, and to just set context, I mean, you've had them speak as well, maybe not from our chair. So I'd want to invite Karen Okoli, who's going to invite, of course, the chairperson as well, Dr. Katindi Sivi as well, and then we'll take it out from here. But great work, Karen. You lead a fantastic team. We cannot wait to hear what other next steps you have ahead of this project launch.
Thank you, Leban. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Did you guys have some tea and snack? Okay, mnaweza kweli? Hamsound ni kama mnaweza. Okay, and now that one sounds like vijana tunaweza. That's nice. And I realize it's only the Tunaweza county coordinators that have actually responded. Because you know the mantra. How is your morning? Again, it's just the coordinators, the people at the back and the front tables. Wow. But it could also be maybe that the Tunaweza coordinators are enthusiastic, energetic, because they understand what social accountability is all about. They understand the devolution processes, but I guess we all do, right? Yeah. There's a South African term called sawubona. I love that term very much. Who knows the meaning? Sawubona. Okay. It means I see you. I see you. I realize there's so much power in being seen, but in seeing people for who they are and intentionally making the choice to see people. Please turn to your neighbor and genuinely see your neighbor and let them know that you see them. I see you. I see you. And I wonder, how many times do we see our young people for who they are? Like we choose to see young people. And I noticed that in our country and in many African countries, we see young people when we want something from them around electioneering periods, and after that, we do not see them. We do not see them for their power, their agency, their potential. I wonder why. Yet they are our present and our future. Somebody said that if you want to know and see the future of any country, look at the state of its youth. So if we want to see how prosperous we will be as a country tomorrow, then we just need to look at the state of our young people in Kenya, and we will see that. I would love to urge us to choose to see young people in our homes, in our schools, in our learning institutions, in our communities, in our workspaces. And young people, I have a challenge for you. Be seen, be heard. Do not wait for somebody to come to you and say, oh, you know, I'd like to see you, I'd like to hear you, I'd like to hear what you have to say. Take the initiative and go forth and say, I have something to say, and this is what I would like to say. Be seen, be heard. And I really can't wait for the report to be unveiled. I'm looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I just want to thank each and every person in this room, every organization represented here. We have many organizations, and let me just start by acknowledging our board members and honorary council members. If you're here, please just stand to your feet. Board members, honorary council members, I see Justice Msinga, the President of the Court of Appeal. I see Abraham Rugo, Country Director, IBP, Patience Nyange, CEO, Amwik, and the others are watching online. So let's appreciate our board members again. You may have your seat. Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate, so this person is not a board member, but works very closely with us. She's a commissioner at the Public Service Commission of Kenya, one of our great partners. Commissioner Dr. Mary Muyandi, if you could just rise to your feet. Thank you very much. It's an honor to see you. We have a number of organizations. I may not mention all of us, but there's Ford Foundation, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Kenya Editors Guild, KTN, GFC, QPC, IBP Kenya, Vijana Co, EPL, TNI, Activista, CGK Kilifi, Amwik, Standard Group, AYLF, Youth Alive Kenya, Novell Consultancy, and many others that I actually see on the list. Wow, this is exciting. Is there any organization I haven't mentioned? Okay, so let me now start by mentioning our names, because I also see us. So, no, I would love to do that, but we do not have the time. How many of us are looking forward to the launch of the report and to just seeing the content and, oh wow, me too. I am looking forward to that. And I have so much to say, but you know, today is not my day. The report and the content thereafter is what carries the day to day. And so with those few remarks, I would like to really appreciate you, feel welcome, feel appreciated, feel seen, and thank you so much. God bless you. Dr. Katindi, our board chair, are you here? Oh, not yet. Okay. So, Leban, you can then invite the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to Karen as well and the great team she leads. Much appreciated. So without further ado, everyone is waiting for the report and the key findings. This was ably led by Novell Consultancy, so I'll take it up from Sako as well. If we can project the same and invite the team up on stage to take us through the report. And let's appreciate the Ford Foundation as well for the great partnership in this.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Amy Auma. I'm the lead consultant with Novell Consultancy. I'm here with my colleagues, Hezron. Kindly wave to the team. And my other colleague, Christine, is stuck on the way, but when she's here, she'll have an opportunity to introduce herself. Allow me to start by congratulating ELF Africa for the great work that you do. It was really exciting and an honor to be with you as part of this assignment. I would say that the video or the clip, as well as what Karen has just said, almost summarizes these findings. And so as I go through the summary of what we have for you, I welcome you to read the report once it is launched. I want to believe that you will be as inspired by the findings as we were, and that it would encourage us to keep seeing the young people and keep seeing them appropriately and always, not only when it suits us, as Karen says. So thank you very much, and I welcome you. I don't know who's scrolling through the, okay. Yeah, so I'll skip through because we've already had an introduction of ELF as well as Tunaweza, what it means, so I'll not go to that. I'll quickly go to the research itself. And so, again, a disclaimer. From what you see, we say that the research sought to evaluate the effectiveness of youth-led social accountability mechanisms in enhancing citizen participation and accountability in devolved processes. So be it CIDP development, be it county planning processes, be it policy development processes, and so on. And I want to ask all of us to move away from the word evaluate, because we are not necessarily evaluating Tunaweza, but we are looking at reflecting on what is it that makes youth-led social accountability work. And in this case, we are reflecting on this generally from what literature tells us about the effectiveness or what makes social accountability effective, but also then going back to what is it that Tunaweza is doing along this line, and can we get evidence that this actually works? And so we had an opportunity to visit 5 counties. The team that was part of this process did meet a number of people across the 5 counties that we went to, that is Kilifi, Makueni, Migori, Muranga, and Uasin Gishu. And our target for this particular process was young people, especially the male and female youth. And we were not only working with the champions. So you've seen a lot on the clip around how the young people are engaged and how they're involved in this particular process. But we also went further to get a sense of what is the feeling and what do the young people who have been involved directly in the project compare with those who are not necessarily part of the project. We also had an opportunity to have discussions with county government officials, so both the executive as well as the assembly. And we had conversations with civil society organizations working in these counties on areas similar to what Tunaweza and the ELF programs support. Next. And so just to give you a bit of an overview of the things that we were looking at. So first, we were looking generally about accessing the extent to which and the nature of how young people are involved in implementation of CIDPs or development of the policies or other decision-making processes within the county. And then looking at how effective these processes are or could potentially be, how they participate and so on. And the critical areas that we were also looking at was, are there any things that the young people generally identify as barriers to their participation? But at the same time, what are those things that are actually facilitative of youth engagement? And from this, start to explore what are those strategies that could actually enhance the participation of young people in these processes within the county. And finally, based on this, identify some recommendations, not just for ELF and Tunaweza project, but for anybody who has an interest to work with young people, which I want to believe is all of us. The process was largely qualitative, so we did a desk review, had an opportunity to look at what literature is saying, because it was important for us to situate this whole conversation within an existing body of literature. We also then had conversations with the key informants, so key leaders within the counties, and finally, the young people in these counties within that, basically those who are involved in the project and also those who are not. In terms of the reach, next. All right, thank you. In terms of the reach, we had an opportunity to speak with at least 34 county government officials as well as civil society organizations, spread as you can see, but more detail on the report. We also had an opportunity to reach out to young people, 142. This was split, as I said, between those who are involved in the project, male and female, as well as those who are not, but also people, other special interest groups, or people with disabilities and so on. And so, next. As I mentioned earlier, it was important for us to situate this conversation within what exists and within what is understood as, social accountability, but also youth-led social accountability. And to start asking ourselves, is there really a place for youth-led social accountability, or is it a dream that ELF has that probably has no place? And so, as part of this exploration, then, we sought to have some bit of understanding and to bring it out in the report, what social accountability would really mean. And so we have, again, details on the report, but in summary, we understood that one of the key things that are important in this particular process is that social accountability is about strengthening relationships between the supply and the demand side, so between the citizenry and the people who they choose as their leaders. And so looking at the citizenry or the demand side of things, we found that one is that we have to strengthen voice. I think as part of the clip, somebody said moving away from noise to voice. So voice that is heard, that is powerful, and that can influence change. Also supporting processes that then citizens are able to directly engage with institutions of the state, and influencing policies, monitoring operations, basically the whole mix of how our county governments operate. And so having found that, then we went back to then why youth-led social accountability. And we find, and we put it in the report, that then it is simply that young people then are given or have the opportunity to engage with their duty bearers, to do all these things that social accountability provides for. But also we determined that when we talk about social accountability, it is not in a vacuum. It is informed by what our leaders and the institutions have already put in place as the things that they intend to live up to. So that then young people are asking for things that are already in place or are already placed as part of what our leaders have committed to living up to. And in doing so, we also outlined that 5 key building blocks would be enabling for this. One is that there has to be an entry point upon which the mobilization takes place. So I have seen again on the clip on the Tunaweza journey that there is a number of things that young people in different places were engaging around based on the priorities or the needs that presented at that point in time. And so there has to be an entry point. It cannot be general, it cannot be random, it has to be that at this point in time, this is critical for us as young people. Number 2 is that there is a lot of power in numbers and in data. So information, gathering, and evidence. That for us to effectively engage and to move away from noise to voice, information is key. And I think yesterday I was looking at the presentation by Mheshimiwa around the finance bill. And I think a lot of people are looking at information, looking at what is written, what is it that is provided for, and so on and so forth. And so for us to engage even at the community level, information is power. We have to have that data, and we have to move away from noise to voice. And then disseminating this information and sharing it in places where it will be used, both within our peers as young people, but also targeting the duty bearers. And in this process, also mobilizing public support and building coalitions. Again, solidarity is key. I think, again, I'm reminded from that clip where there's a young lady who has said we have to reach out to more people, that there is an interest and an intent for the grassroots. I mean, for the processes to move deeper into the grassroots. And this is all about building solidarity that we outline within that report, and then advocating and negotiating change. That once we have put all this together and we have the numbers and the solidarity that we need, then we are able to start speaking very powerfully and strongly. And so what are the success factors for social accountability? What are those things that are needed? And just to say that then this informed some of the things that we were looking at in the 5 counties that we went to. To what extent did they exist? To what extent were they facilitative of youth engagement? So one was the question of information ecosystem and access to information. So if you look at the different counties, one of the key things that we found was important to determine was to what extent are young people able to access information? To what extent are the county governments providing the information that is necessary? I think most of us, we do know that, is it last week or 2 weeks ago, there was a big gathering in the OGP gathering. Where was it? I forget the name. Estonia, yes. I was forgetting the name. So we know that there was a gathering in Estonia around basically providing information, open data, people having information, access to public information, and Kenya is the chair. So that is to say that we hope, and we wanted to see that even in country, that we are walking the talk. Nandi got an award, but unfortunately, I think for this time, Nandi is not part of the ELF programs, but I was very interested to know how is it that they've actually done this to have them get the award that they did. But anyway, that's digressing a bit. So information is key, both the provision of information in ways that it's palatable, in ways that is understandable to the diverse people that exist within these counties. And then the other is the role of the media, both mainstream, but also, do we call it emerging media and things like that. So the reason why we're talking about the role of the media is that we have to start thinking about how does this information reach a wide range of people, but also how do people access the information that is needed? How do we mobilize across different groups? The other one that is a critical success factor is civil society capacity. So again, going back to the counties and asking ourselves, what is the capacity of civil society? Not just ELF that is working there, but what are the networks in place? What levels of solidarity can be built? How able are civil society organizations, including Tunaweza, able to mobilize, support, and engage and communicate effectively and be seen as legitimate mobilizers in this particular discourse? But there is also the question of state capacity. One, that we have leaders who understand what is required, who appreciate the engagement process, who acknowledge that it is important that they listen to the people that have given the opportunity for them to be playing that leadership role. There is also the question of state and civil society synergy. As part of the introduction, we say that it's about a relationship. It is not about somebody correcting the other person, or it's not necessarily a competition. That social accountability thrives where it is seen as a mutual relationship between the people and the leadership. And then so this also takes us to the question of the political context and goodwill. That is the structure of government facilitative of these particular processes? And I think one of the things that we are proud of as a country is that, we managed to get into the devolved governance system, and that to a great extent, it has worked in many ways, but then there are also challenges in that sense. But is our structures democratic enough? How enabling are they for the engagement? How well are the governance institutions willing to listen? And then finally, the question of institutionalization. Again, we said that engagement is not outside, within a vacuum, but that it is informed by what exists, what commitments are in place. So if we are saying that participation is a key part of how we see our governance processes happening, then it follows that we were asking ourselves, so to what extent are people able to participate? What processes are there for this? And so on and so forth. And I think, again, because it's very recent in my mind, I think yesterday there was a lot of conversation around to what extent was there participation in the decisions that were made, and so on. And so, having looked at all this, we determined that youth-led social accountability probably is one of the most powerful ways of engaging with the governance structures that we have. And this is why. And there's a bit of a typo there, forgive us, but on the report it is fine. One is that people aged under 35 form at least 75% of this country's population. And so that already, we know that, our governance and development processes are also inherently political. And so numbers are very important. And so if we have these numbers of young people, somebody talks about the youth bulge, and often it is seen as a negative thing or as a challenge to deal with. But I think for us, we see that it already presents an opportunity if we are saying that youth-led social accountability is a process that can actually work and influence our governance processes in the ways that we desire. But unfortunately, these young people are also largely an at-risk population. Many of them are either underemployed or unemployed, but they also really feel marginalized in terms of access to opportunities, representation, and participation. A lot of young people that we talked to, and I don't want to get into the findings yet, but you could get a sense of we feel left behind in a lot of ways. They also hold beliefs that we find sometimes make them vulnerable to political manipulation. And I think all of us will agree that when all the wrong things are put in our media, the people who will be on the front lines are young people. But also the people who get hurt the most are young people. And then, so having looked at all this, that we determined that yes, in as much as there are all these challenges, but looking at their numbers and looking at what devolution provides for, which we detail quite a bit on the report, then it means that we really should see devolution as an opportunity for this majority organization to be on the front line when it comes to leadership and influencing leadership in this country. But then we also ask ourselves, and again from literature, so what does it mean then for youth to participate? What would be those two key things that would make this possible? One is that the space needs to be provided. And in a lot of ways, I think a lot of actors, including ELF, are working around, providing the space, creating the opportunities where young people can actually get their voice heard, and powerfully so. But then the other critical side of the coin, the other side of the coin that will make this work, and I'm looking at the young people in this room, is that there has to be passion and agency on the part of the young people themselves. So the drive also has to come from the young people themselves. And so again, as we engage, we sought to understand, or as we went through this particular process, we sought to understand, are youth inspired? Do they have interest to influence transformation in the places that we went? Are there platforms available where they can actually execute this interest and inspiration? And what is it that then would be enabling for them to take action that is required? And at the same time, we looked at, so what would this participation look like? And one was that youth can be engaged just by, being informed at the very low level, that they need to be informed about what is going on. They need to know. And so when we went to the counties, we wanted to know, do the young people know what is going on? Do they know how decisions are made? we had just, I think most of the counties were just completing the CIDPs. And so it was also a question of, to what extent do they know about these CIDPs? The other is then consulting. And so again, because we took advantage of the processes that were still fresh in everybody's mind, was, are they being consulted then about the decisions that are being made and the plans that are being developed? But further than that, we were also checking, other than being informed and consulted, to what extent are they being involved, and practically so? But because we also realized that other than just being involved, it has to be a collaborative process, that it should not be a process that is just about ticking the box and being compliant with what exists. And so again, we sought to understand, is there some level of collaboration? But most importantly, we also sought to see how are youth empowered? How do they develop their own priorities, which then they use to engage their leaders and to ensure that what goes is actually the priorities that they have. And so I'm going to run through this very quickly, and I invite you to read the reports that are there. So we have a summary of some of the findings that we have, and because of time, I'll rush through this very fast. In all the counties that we went, we found that there exist strategies and frameworks that support public participation. We, however, found that access to this information is limited and is really inaccessible for the most part. We found that the youth who are involved in the ELF project compare very differently to those who are not. Because you find that those who have been involved have knowledge, can demonstrate that they've participated, and they could outline some of these particular things. We found that there was a desire and an acknowledgement that the use of technology, especially online media and so on, was an effective and a powerful tool for mobilization. Across the counties, we found that youth were, the representation of young people in a lot of the committees, in a lot of processes within the counties was very limited. Lack of awareness and knowledge, information on existing processes. We also looked a little bit around the model of working that is used by the Tunaweza project at the moment, where you have 20 to 25 champions. And we found that there is quite a significant level of visibility of the initiatives that are being done. People do have an understanding. But one of the things that then started coming out was that there is a need to expand a little bit. And I think it's already been alluded to in that clip, where there is need to expand a little bit so that there is some level of legitimacy, especially for the champions and the coordinators in these particular counties, so that it is a more process that draws from a diverse group of young people. We also found that there's been a lot of investment in monitoring, so field visits and so on, so a very strong M&E capacity. But one of the things that we thought needed to be supported a little bit, and not just for the Tunaweza project, but as we continue evolving in this process of engaging with the devolved processes, to start looking at how does externally facing monitoring look like. So as we mobilize around an entry point, how then does this translate into the desired outcomes and what I would call the progress markers that have to be checked in terms of how is the supply side working in relation to the influencing processes that are delivered by young people. And so just going back to the question of going deeper into the grassroots, was that efforts by all those who are working on social accountability, but also for Tunaweza project, that to start creating spaces where it will be as representative as possible of the diversity within the counties and to benefit from that particular support. Because there's a lot of traction that others can benefit from in terms of joining forces as part of this particular process. And so part of the barriers that we found in the counties was, I've already said, so I won't get too much into this, the lack of awareness and knowledge among young people. So majority of the young people, and especially those who are not in the project, lack information and understanding. And so as we go deeper into the grassroots and diversifying further, then we are able to support this level of awareness and knowledge among young people and to benefit from the learning that Tunaweza has so far in the spaces that the engagement has taken place. The other was that we found a lot of orientation towards immediate financial gratification. And so again, when you engage in these soft kind of activities where you're talking about influence and you can't see the immediate financial gains, then it limits the extent to which young people are participating. And so it is good that part of the engagement by Tunaweza, by ELF, is to start looking at the economic empowerment side of things, because that remains a great challenge about how youth engage and how they see themselves engaging in these particular processes where there is no immediate financial gain. Then there are institutional barriers and lack of regard for young people. Again, many young people felt that their views are not necessarily heard. So I think it is good that part of the start of this conversation was, are we seeing the young people and the young people feeling seen? Because in a lot of ways, we found that young people don't feel seen and don't feel that their their views count. And so starting to work around navigating that. And then, of course, financial constraints, insufficient funding, which then limits the scope of the program. So in as much as I do talk a lot about expanding and getting a representative sample, we also appreciate that just how much is the financial resources in place that could enable that level of access. But that's also to say, and you'll see in our recommendations, that increasingly the people that we talked to identified opportunities for networking with others and building collaborative relationships that can both benefit from the experiences around Tunaweza, but also leverage on the spaces where these particular groups have influence. In terms of opportunities and areas where, again, sorry, we don't have I think there's a typo there, we don't have the headline. In terms of opportunities that we found could be exploited, was that the people working in these particular spaces could look at ways of establishing functional and diverse syndicates. So say committees or representative structures that is based on collaborative relationships that I've just said, creating opportunities and financial resources allowing for regular and sustained contact between champions and the leaders. Basically, what would make part of this work is that the young people being on the face of these leaders, maybe annoyingly so, but then it would probably make them change their minds about certain things. And then access to and leveraging the county budget and economic forum, the technical working groups, and so on. Already we found that there's a lot of opportunity for insider influencing. That is some of the things that Tunaweza has done, where you already find young people being positioned in some of these committees where they can influence from the inside. And because the county budget and economic forum exist to accommodate diverse groups, then there's an opportunity for young people to influence and get information in that way. Again, regular and consistent meetings, what I said about being on their face, public and political goodwill. I think in all the counties that we went, the frameworks are there. So there is intentionality around making these things happen. I think the action is what is a problem. And so we see that as an opportunity that can be harnessed as well or exploited. And then utilization of resources that are easily accessible locally, and basically building on project expertise. Again, in some of the places they were talk about using the opportunity, some of the opportunities that exist in these counties to create access to information, to build knowledge capacities in these particular counties. So say universities, say public talks. Part of what is being used is the platforms that ELF has around the leadership development processes and so on, so that there is diverse ways of creating, building the awareness and knowledge base within these particular counties. Next. So in terms of recommendations, and sorry, I'm running through this because of time. The ELF Africa project to consider a balance between spreading thinly and narrow focus, but in-depth programming. So again, we acknowledge that resources are limited. And so on the one hand, there is a real interest to go deeper into the grassroots, to build a network that runs from, say, the village to the county level, to create legitimacy around what engagement looks like, and that voice is owned by the diverse young people. And so it would mean that starting to look at how do we have this balance, and how do we ensure that that reach is enabled, and that the grassroots feel part and parcel of those particular processes. And then increasing presence and accompaniment in counties of implementation. So again, I go back to being on their face. I mean, like they say, even if it's a lie, or if somebody calls you a thief so many times, you start imagining, you start thinking that you're a thief. But also, we are taught that when we raise children, for those who are children, if you keep using positively reinforcing words, they grow up believing in themselves. So it's the same thing. If the young people are on the face of these people and they keep repeating the same thing over and over again, then at one point, if there are difficulties, then there will be an interest to pause and listen and do something about it, even if it's just to get rid of the young people. And so one of the things that we hope that Tunaweza can do is to continue with the project, that even supporters can leverage on what has already been built to sustain these engagements until the right people hear this message in the right way. And then establishment of a clear criterion for recruitment of project beneficiaries. Again, because one of the things that we were made to understand, and not just for Tunaweza, but for everybody who works in these particular locations, is that young people do move. And we found that that is one of the things that would be challenging, especially when you think about youth-led social accountability. So basically creating a balance between retention, but also space for young people to spread their wings and go to whenever they want to go, and influence in other places. But starting to consider that as a key issue that would be relevant in terms of sustaining gains that have been made. And then strategic collaboration and partnerships. Again, we've already talked about this. A well-structured youth leadership framework for grassroots to the county level. I've talked about this. So building networks that cascade downwards or upwards, if you wish. Explore options for economic empowerment. Again, especially when we talk about the question of financial gains and interest around financial gratification. And then efforts should be put through towards institutionalizing public participation. In some of the places, we found that the counties do not necessarily have the frameworks in place. And so the social accountability processes that are led by the youth need to be anchored. And so a beginning point, and for anybody else, would be that to what extent do we have these frameworks in place so that we engage leaders on things that they have committed to. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, or we thought there's a lot of opportunity for cross-county learning exchange and support. And finally, I just want to say, and I think for a group that we talked to previously, that this research does not, or this evaluation did not necessarily seek to provide a one-shoe-fits-all for everything, that there is no specific remedy that works everywhere, but it provides for issues in areas of reflection that can influence and inform contextualized engagement in the different areas where we work. What works in Makueni will not work in Migori or Uasin Gishu, and so on. And so as you read the report, we encourage that we look at those things as, and especially the recommendations, as things that we need to check vis-a-vis the context and whether we can apply them differently or in ways that would generate the outcomes that we desire. Thank you so much for listening. Allow me to introduce my colleague, Christine. She came in as I was going on. She was part of the Novel Consultancy team. Thank you.
Very passionate, I must say. Please a round of applause to Novel Consultancy, Christine, Amy, Hezron, Asante Sana. Very passionate, I must say, on your presentation. So just stay put. We'll be posing some few questions to you on the recommendations bit. But ladies and gentlemen, it's just at the top of the hour, but 9 a.m. as well. Before I recognize the CECs, I first of all want to just quickly invite up on stage Dr. Abram Rugo, who's the country manager at IBP, International Budget Partnership. I bet from those quick highlights of just a few thoughts for just under 3 minutes, we can give you this opportunity because I know you have to rush out.
Good morning. Thank you very much, and thanks for the consideration. I actually have a workshop that is very related to this. I work in the budget space, and it's so good to see so many people that we have worked with here. Dr. Katindi, who actually inducted me in this space, then left me to continue with the struggle, and Charles Wafula and many others. I think I want just to say I spend my day job mobilizing as many citizens to engage in the budget space. And I say the budget space because the budget is the only space where government puts its mouth, literally where its feet is in terms of engagement. And therefore, what does not appear in the budget does not exist. It doesn't matter the rhetoric out there. And therefore, I'm very excited to see us getting energy to actually participate in this space that has, in the past, really been left to a few lost souls, as it were. But allow me to just, having read the report and listened to the presentation, I think one thing that is emerging is that we can no longer fight to be on the table. We now must fight with arguments, with information, with alternatives. The days of the youth wanting to sit on the table, I think a lot of that has been achieved. We have a lot of young MCAs, we have a lot of young CECs. It's no longer about being there. Now it's about what do you bring. And that is a place of building agency, of building the kind of capacity, and I'm happy to see the capacity is being highlighted. The second point I want to make is this point of alternatives to policy discussions. A lot of us have spent a lot of time pointing out what is the problem. I think it's time for us to point out what is the solution. And not only point out what is the solution, but actually live it and show it. And this kind of work, when we say, yes, we can to do what? It's not just to point out the problems, but actually to provide policy alternatives, to provide policy options, to engage in conversations that advance the development. For a long time as young people, the argument has been we want to be part of development. But rarely do we see ourselves as the drivers of that development. So that it's no longer about for us, it's actually us driving the kind of a society that we want. And finally, I think what the report suggests and social accountability is that we need to start thinking long-term. I'm involved in the budget space. A lot of the discussions currently I'm involved in is around the public debt conversations, about the taxation frameworks that we are having. And my biggest worry is that we are not thinking long-term. A lot of the solutions are for here and now, pesa mkononi kind of arguments. I think we need to start asking ourselves, soon and soon, we will be 60, we will be 70, we will be the old people we are talking about. We'll be the one who will be needing Inua Jamii programs. So let's think about that long term so that the social accountability ceases to be just my needs for now, but how do I assure myself of those public services, of those public programs, not just for today, but also for the long term. So those are my remarks, my quick remarks. I'm part of the ELF team, so I'll contribute to how we make this a bit more institutionalized and look forward to more conversations. Unfortunately, I must leave. I had indicated that earlier, but looking forward to more conversations around this. And thank you so much for the honor.
Thank you, Dr. Ari, and thank you so much for your time as well. Great challenge there. We'll excuse you, but at this point in time also, it's my humble opportunity to invite Justice Musinga, President of the Court of Appeal. He's just going to make quick remarks as well. And then, of course, we'll excuse you, sir. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. May I start by congratulating ELF for the journey you've taken over the years. The report that has been launched, and just the video that we saw briefly, it really says so much about what you have been able to do. I want to thank you, Karen, and your team for a wonderful job well done. One thing I picked from the very good representation you made is this. Those aged between 18 and 75 make approximately, 18 and 35 make approximately 75% of the population in this country. And I want to ask, because I know there's a big number here that falls within that age bracket. Actually, from where I stand here, I can see there are two groups. There are those who are in that age bracket, and there are others, some of us who are above. For those of you who are between 18 and 35, what is it that you are doing to ensure that we have a better Kenya tomorrow? Talking about accountability. I have been in the judiciary now for about 20 years. And I think those of us who are in that age bracket of 35 and above, we are the ones who are really messing up this country. And it is the responsibility, the greatest responsibility, of holding us accountable is in the hands of those who are in this age bracket. You are the greatest stakeholders in this country. There are two things that are still in my mind. Karen, when she stood here, she said that as a young people, we will not wait. We need to be proactive. We must ensure that our voices are heard where the decisions are being made. I've heard from our lead consultant that we must move from noise to voice. And I think that is critical. The last challenge I want to throw at those of us who are beyond this age bracket of youth, 35 and above. What is it that we are doing to hold the hand of a young person and to raise them up to where we want them to be tomorrow, where by grace of God we are today? Thinking of a person like the late Stanley Matiba. He became an influential, I think, a PS in this country at age 31. And it is recorded that his principal, or former principal, Carrie Francis, was instrumental in not only mentoring him, but recommending him to President Kenyatta to entrust him with that PS position at that tender age. Mheshimiwa Mtata, you are doing an excellent job. We must commend you. But as I challenge myself and the others who are 35 and above, I hope you are raising other Omtatas to take your position, because this is our country. And as we see this young bunch of this critical mass, 75%, we must ask ourselves, if we do not intentionally impact them, what is the future of this country? ELF, congratulations. Keep on doing what you're doing, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordship, Justice Musinga. Appreciate it. And it's only at ELF where you'll have the sharing of meals and breakfast with senior leaders such as yourselves as well. So we thank you for your time. I know you have to rush to court, but we're grateful that you could be here with us today. So a round of applause, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored and glad as well that our chair could join us as well. Dr. Katindi Sivi is with us. And just as we usher in the beat of the panel, I'll invite her on stage just to give us her thoughts, what she thinks about the report. I'm sure you must be very excited. So over to you. Come on.
Good morning, everybody. Can I be seen? All right, yes, as you've been told, my name is Dr. Katindi Sivi, and I am the chair of the board. It is such a pleasure to be here. I'm really sorry I came in late. But first of all, let me start by thanking you all for gracing this occasion and for being with us to launch this very interesting report. Of course, I am an ardent youth researcher, and I spend my time thinking about the future, the long-term future, not just of the country, but of young people. And so it is interesting to be here today. But I just wanted to make a few remarks regarding this report, but also the issue of young people when it comes to social accountability. Now, I just want to quote some statistics. I will not go by the script that I was given. Usually when they start writing for youth speeches, you know you're getting very old. Yeah, so anyways, I want to quote some statistics by a well-told story that is interesting to me when it comes to young people and participation. So did you know that young people are categorized when it comes to participation into 5 key categories? The first one is called the dealer. So I want you to picture this young person who's well-educated and very well-connected, okay? And then they're engaged by government on behalf of young people. So in a sense, they are the elite of young people. And in many ways, gatekeepers of young people, okay? They benefit greatly because they form such an interesting bridge. They are not your rogue young person, but also they dress down and they are able to fit in when they go to young people. Guess what a percentage of those young people are? 10%. And so they are the ones who are interfacing with your governors, with, national government, etc., to represent young people. And the question becomes, whose interests are they representing? The second group is what we call the dreamer. And I want you to picture this young person. They blindly hang around politicians, okay? They serially attend rallies and workshops. So that person can be in a water workshop just now. And then at 10 o'clock, they're at the governance workshop. They tend to ask the same questions, all right? But these young people also really eat the breadcrumbs of resources from, politicians, so to speak. And they do the dirty, underpaid work, okay? And they think they have influence because of their proximity to the politician, okay? They still call that participation. Guess what percentage that group is? Another 10%, okay? Then you have the disillusioned and disengaged young person, okay? These ones had hopes. They're very, informed about issues of what is supposed to be happening. But they have given up because they feel that the system predetermines who the winners are among the young people. And so they feel excluded in matters, and they feel like they're not part of the system. And so they're looking elsewhere for help and inspiration. Guess what percentage that those young people are? Huh? Oh, you guys are on point. Yes, 30%. All right? Then you have them. So I talked about the disillusioned and disengaged. The fourth group is the disgruntled. The disgruntled, okay, are angry. Angry young people. They have skewed information or no information, and then they're voiceless, and they feel like votes mean nothing, and so that extends to participation in governance issues and social accountability issues. And then they feel like they've been let down by the system, by the government, at all levels, whether it's at education level, etc., okay? And then they just feel like, you know what? How else can I participate? And so these are your candidates for illicit groups or even illicit, they either pacify or they become aggressive. What percentage do you think these young people are? How much? 40. Hey, you guys are on point. Yes, 35 to 40%. All right? And then you have the disenfranchised. And the disenfranchised they just actually don't know what is going on. They don't make a correlation between politics or governance and their lives. And they're just happy not to participate. Where are we at now? About 15 to 20%. I'm not here to present a study of my own. All I am saying is that I think we have a lot of work to do when it comes to governance, and especially just asking young people to participate. And I think the greatest place for us is to change those attitudes, because as you can hear, what meaningful participation do we have by most young people? It is not that much, isn't it? And so we need to change that, and I know ELF has been working very hard to make sure that we change those dynamics. And so I'm hoping that through engagement with social accountability processes at the local level, at the county levels, we'll be able to help our young people see that connection and be able to begin to just really push the leadership to really be accountable, because it is their future that is at stake. It is our collective future that is at stake. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Karibuni, feel at home now that you're being welcomed much later. But anyways, God bless you as we continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're glad you could join us and follow up on this as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a bit of rearranging of the stage as well, but as we do that, we're going to have some bit of entertainment by the Astor's band. But just before they sing, I just want them to quickly introduce themselves. Drum rolls. Who's going to go first? All right, and just to confirm that Asta is actually not Karen's sister. I had to ask her that twice. So I also want to appreciate and welcome the audience that's joining us online. Thank you very much, the technical team. I think great squirrels out there. You can really follow the updates that we're having right here at the Serena Hotel. We're live actually on Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa, on YouTube, on Facebook, ELF Africa. We're running the hashtag Vijana Tunaweza, okay? And also follow us on Twitter while at it, at ELF Africa 1. So I'm handing it over to the Astor's band as I prep my panel to come up on stage. Our panel will be joined by my good friend Patience as well, will come up on stage just after the band. And we'll also have Rosalia Omungo. We'll also have Dr. Ruth Dama and also Vincent Moita. So they will come up just after we have the number from the Astor's band.
So this next song is my original song, and it's a victory song. I wrote it because I overcame domestic violence, and everybody has a story. If I go with the microphone from left to right, everybody has a story. But this story of mine is a victory song, and I dedicate it to all of you. None of us started where we are today, right? Not even ELF. We all have humble foundations, but there's always room to grow. So my song is Tumetoka Mbali, and if it wasn't for my heavenly daddy, I would have perished in the domestic violence. And what made me write it is I used to be kicked out of the house at 2 a.m. with a small baby with no money, no shoes, no jacket, no money. And I would walk a long distance to go to the main road to look for help. But Daddy, my heavenly daddy, held me, and he kept me alive, and today I'm here to sing this victory song. Thank you. Tumetoka Mbali.
storms made me cry. Daddy, do you remember cheering me on when the storms left giving up? Daddy, do you remember always being there for me? If you were the white, then I'll be the rice. If you were the sight, then I'll be the eyes. If you were the blue, then I'll be the sky. If you were the life, then I'll be the child. Daddy, tomato cambale, tim, tim, tin and down. Tomato cambale, daddy. Tomato cambale. Oh, papa, me know we're waiting. Tomato cambale. Oh, hakuna mwingine. Oh, daddy, 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 daddy. Yeah. If you were the green, then I'll be the grass. If you were the beat, I'll be the heart. If you were the rain, then I'll be the earth. Because of you, tomato cambale. 'Cause you were my life, that's why I'm alive. 'Cause you were my light, that's why I can shine, shine. You were my flight, that's why I can fly. Tomato cambale, oh, Baba, tomato cambale, tomato cambale, daddy, tomato cambale, tomato cambale. Remember tears on my pillow, tomato cambale. Oh, in the still of the night, tomato cambale. Me know where tomato cambale. Oh, you wanna help me sing this? Tomato cambale. Everybody's a story, right? Just say this. Tomato cambale. Tomato cambale. Tomato cambale, senor. Tomato cambale. Everybody, just say it. Come on. Tomato cambale. Oh, you sounded good. One more time. Come on. Tomato cambale. Ooh, I'm crazy about you. Tomato cambale. I can't live without you, daddy. Tomato cambale. Tomato cambale. Oh, tomato cambale. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you. One round of applause. Fantastic number there. What's your story? I like. Please stand by. We're just going to go into the bit of a panel conversation right here. And of course, now we'll wrap it up with the report launch and of course, continue to enjoy the fine tunes from Ashes Band. Ladies and gentlemen, first up on stage, please give a round of applause to Rosalie Omungo from the Kenya Editors Guild. Tumpigeni makofi, please, the CEO. Dr. Ruth Dama, the CC Youth Affairs, Kilifi County, Karibu Sana. Patience Nyange, the CEO of, Patience Nyange is from Amwick. So give her a round of applause. She's the ALF Honorary Council member and CEO of the Association of Women of Media in Kenya. That's Amwick. Karibu Sana. And I should say a proud Chevening scholar. And that's really out there. So Patience, Karibu Sana. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Vincent Muita, who's a county coordinator from Migori. Just as we're settling in, I also want to appreciate the CECs, lest you go to your governors and say that the MC never recognized you. I'm appreciative of government protocol, having been at State House before. So please, CEC Kilifi, Dr. Dama, CEC Migori, Dr. Bet, CEC Makueni, Nicholas Nzioka, please stand. You're representing your governors here, so we respect you. Thank you for your time and thank you for the partnership as well. Shukran. All right, so I'll move over to the panel. Just as we're getting those on as well, allow me to just quickly call up on stage. He was challenged. I think Senator was asked by the justice, the good justice, that who's going to be the next Senator Kiom Tata? Who's going to be the next voice of the people as well? So before we jump into it, I think you better answer that question before now we continue the conversation. So please, it's my absolute pleasure to invite up on stage the Senator for Busia County, Senator Kiom Tata as well, to give a brief remarks on stage.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to stand here, and I recognize all of you. I may not be able to go through all the protocols because I'm speaking out of schedule. And this has been necessitated by a meeting I'm supposed to attend. In the Senate, I'm a member of the Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights Committee. And today we are having a joint meeting with the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Affairs, the Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources, the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration, and the National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management to review what they call Kenya's peace building architecture. I don't understand the topic, but that's why I'm very curious to be there early. So I requested that I be allowed to jump the queue and be able to address you now. Yes. Si so puede, yes we can. The clarion call of the American Farmers Union that became a repetitive phrase in President Obama's speeches, and that has become a clarion call for people who want change across the world. So I fully identify with Tunaweza. And Tunaweza has two sides to it. Tunaweza kuharibu ama tunaweza kutengeneza. So we must be very clear on which side of Tunaweza we are. I'm always on the side of Tunaweza kutengeneza. So I hope we are all together there. When I was a small boy, I had a larger than life grandfather, and literally larger than life because this was an illiterate man who in 1960 was able to import a brand new Massey Ferguson tractor from the UK and bring it to a village in Busia. 1960, an illiterate man. This is a man who influenced my life in a very big way. He never believed that there was something impossible to be done. But he also did not believe that you have to do big things to change the world. And he used to tell me, to change the world is very simple. And he always told me, if you are walking on a path or on a road, and you come across a thorn on that road, and you are wearing shoes, and you see that thorn, and you pick that thorn and destroy it and throw it away, you have made the world a better place for those who don't have shoes who will walk on that road. So making the world a better place is not difficult. Let us not look to do big things. Let us not look to do difficult things. let us just do what we can with what we have. That has been what I always do in my life. In the Bible, I'm inspired by the story of David versus Goliath. David, in conventional terms, had no chance against Goliath. But he did one thing, and he says what? What are the comparative advantages? What advantage do I have against Goliath? Goliath has a weapon that must be deployed by himself standing. I can engage a projectile. I don't have to run into Goliath, but I can pick Goliath out from a distance. So David did what he did. When I came to this town in 1987, as a village boy, a lot of things were happening. Among the things that inspired me was the fight over Uhuru Park. A few years later, when Wangari Maathai emerged as the face of that struggle, although the real architect of the struggle, when I later came to interrogate the narrative, was one man called Oki Ooko Ombaka. Oki Ooko Ombaka, I think they used to run something called the Center for Public Law. Ooko Ooko Ombaka decided to challenge what Moi had designed to do by taking over Uhuru Park. And he wanted to go to court. And he walked around looking for a client who can give me a name so that I can go to court to challenge Moi over Uhuru Park. So, Wangari Maathai, among the many people he asked, it is Wangari Maathai who said, yes, I'll give you my name. Use it. They went to court. Whatever happened, happened. Wangari Maathai told she didn't have the standing to argue on behalf of the millions of Kenyans. Why should she, one person, be singled out? But what happened, happened. But for some of us, Wangari Maathai became an inspiration. So much an inspiration on me that after I lost my job with the Kenya National Assurance for standing up against one or two things, there was Moi, Tini Roland of Londro, Makto, and Arap Moi decided to take over the 6 acres between Nairobi University and you have Nairobi University this side, you have got the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation this side, you have the Uhuru Highway the other side, then you have got Norfolk Hotel this side. They decided they wanted to grab that 6 acres. And claimed that the Norfolk was a 5-star hotel without a parking. So they wanted to take the theater out. So a number of people came together. We had lecturers from Nairobi, professors, thespians, and all that came together. We met and said, no, we will not allow it. So we organized a demo in Nairobi, saying we are going to demonstrate against this. I joined. I was not part of the leadership. I was just interested because, for those who know, I'm a playwright. I've published 6 plays, 4 of which are being used as set books in the black drama series in the US. So I was interested in the theater because that's where I used to practice. So when the day of the demo came, Moi flexed his muscles. GSU arrived. And then the professors from the university said, you know, there are many ways of skinning a cat. Let us not throw ourselves against the machinery of Moi. Let us resist him through writing papers, through lobbying, through whatever. It did not gel with me. That was the day I did a first demo alone against the GSU. I took a placard and I confronted them. They arrested me, they beat me up, they threw me in jail, at Central Police, but they did not know they had given me another weapon. I could now go on a hunger strike in their custody. So I went on a hunger strike in their custody, and as my health began depreciating, they got concerned. And I had just come back from the tour of the US as a guest of the American government. I had been taken to the US for about a year, where I was being taken around and given dollars. So when I came back, that connection also helped, that the embassy, the American embassy, inquired about my well-being. And that's when the design to take over Uhuru Park, take over the National Theatre collapsed. And on a Sunday morning, I was told to get out of my cell and to go. I was given 40 bob. I used to stay in Kaha West. It was 4 shillings transport. So I went home. But as I was leaving, I saw the scaffolding being taken down, and I knew I had succeeded. So I'm telling you this story, and that time I was in my 20s. I'm telling you this story because sometimes the challenge we have can look impossible. But as the Turkish intelligence service has a motto, they say nothing is impossible. The impossible only takes a bit longer. So here we are today with a country called the Republic of Kenya. I would like us to pay critical attention to the word republic in the name of this country. What does it mean? What does it mean to be a republic? It means to be governed by law, not by men. And that's the struggle we have. And that's the struggle we must win, to ensure that we are governed by law and not by men, so that all are subject to the law. We are not a kingdom. We are not a kiosk. We are a republic that must be governed by the law. And the primary law we have is the Constitution of Kenya, which is very, very prescriptive. It limits power, it distributes power, it tells us how this country must be run. And I would call upon all of you who are in the EP, is what? ELF. You know, that word ELF, when Karen invited me, I thought, now, a liberation front. Because I'm used to Eritrean liberation ELF. So Eritrea People's Liberation Front and this guy. So I thought, now, Karen, what is all this? Again, you are getting me into liberation fronts. And I'm one who says you have finished liberation, we're supposed to be thinking something else. So, my biggest challenge is, to you, the young people, how many of you have read the Constitution of Kenya? Yes, thank you. And please, I would encourage all of you to read the Constitution of Kenya, and that will be the basis of your engagement in the Republic of Kenya. If you have not, you are wasting your time. Also, you get something like, with the people. Paragraph, Article 1. It opens with the people. And everybody in Kenya thinks it's part of with the people. You are not. We the people are the registered voters only. So how many of you are registered voters? Yes, thank you. Because when you go through that constitution and you go to Article 255 on how to change the constitution, it's only the registered voters who can participate in a referendum to change the constitution. When you go to exercising representative power through elected officials, it's only the registered voters who can delegate power. So, we the people is the registered voters, is the voters register, not the population of Kenya. Is the voters register, and then those who turn out to vote. So, I would invite you to look at the Constitution, and especially in terms of what you are engaging with. having listened, is that you want accountability in county governments. Accountability in county governments or any government. Any government has only one policy document. Don't look at all the many reports and what have you and what have you. There's only one policy document. It's called the budget. If it's not in the budget, it does not exist. If it's in the budget, it exists. If I want to look at the questions, the popular things like girl child and whatever, just look at the budget and say, okay, what's the allocation of the girl child? The president can talk himself hoarse, or an MP can talk himself hoarse, advocating an agenda, but is it in the budget? And so because the budget is so critical, I would invite you, if you can't read the whole Constitution, read chapter 12 on how the resources of this country should be governed, the money. And I invite you to chapter 12 because what is the function of leadership? The function of leadership is to convert resources into wealth, is to make the citizenry rich. So, when you look at it and when you audit your budgets, don't just look at the numbers adding up. Look at the budget in terms of what does it impact? What is its impact on the people? How does it draw people out of poverty? Because we have ended up in a position whereby we enjoy managers. We don't celebrate dreamers. We celebrate managers. But I would like us to go beyond managers to dreamers, to be transformative. What is the impact of our budget? How transformative am I in what I do? So, when we do these budgets, I've heard of the CIDP and all the very important processes, we must be able to inform ourselves about the needs of our people, where they are today, where we'd like them to see them be tomorrow, and then look at the budget as the bridge to tomorrow. What needs to be done? And we must raise a generation that will sacrifice. A generation that will sacrifice and say, we are not going to allow this nonsense, come rain, come sunshine. You saw the other day in Ukraine, when the war broke out between Russia, an impossible enemy. You saw the Ukrainians decide that all women and children get out, and old people. Young men, 18 to 60, you stay behind and fight. And we need a generation in this country who will say that we are going to stand up and say the rule of law must be entrenched at whatever cost. Come rain, come sunshine. And that's the generational change we lack. And we must stop thinking that you can have a comfort zone on a sinking ship. You cannot. Today, when you look at what the impact of poverty has done, beginning with the neighborhood of Kiambu here, there are people who have got palatial homes, but they cannot live in them. They live in apartments in Nairobi because of insecurity, because people are poor. People want to be able to get something to eat. And it's spreading around the world, around the country. We cannot continue the way we are continuing. When I go back to scripture, Jesus told us that the kingdom of God is among us. And he told us many other things. Even when he was asked to show us how to pray in the Lord's Prayer, There's give us our daily bread. How are we participating, making ourselves instruments to ensure that there's daily bread for the population? How are we doing that? We can only do that by ensuring fidelity to the law. And when I talk of chapter 12, I forgot, you should also look at the Public Finance Management Act and the Public Finance Management Regulations of 2015. If you can be able to internalize those three, chapter 12 of the Constitution, and you come down to the Public Finance Management Act, and then to the regulations that were made under that act, you will be able to demand that this country be governed in a certain direction. You will be able to demand that this country be governed as a republic. And you will be able to hold your leadership to account by demanding that budgets are aligned to that law. Because if we don't do that, we just become talking shops. And I said in the video I saw, everybody was well fed, was well dressed. So we are dealing with a group of what I would call the middle class, or whatever, although Kenya, I doubt if it have a middle class, because everybody is driving second-hand Japanese cars, which means you are that poor, you can't afford new cars. The country is very poor. However big the car is, you'll find it's an ex-Japanese car. Very rare will you, unless it's a state department. So I doubt if we have got a really functioning middle class. But we must really come down and say that this country has a history. And as black people, what is our story? Our story is the story of slavery. Our story is the story of colonization. Our story is the story of the neo-colonial state. How do we get ourselves out of that? How do we build a state in Kenya that is people-centered and not a client state? Because right now we have got what we call a client state, a state that is a client of Western powers. This client state, how do we destroy the client state that Kenya is today? Yes, we have got courts, we have got parliament, we have got the executive. But all this, when you engage with them, at the back of your mind, you must know that there are tools of the client state. So how do we as young people, and some of us who believe that we are still young in ideas. I'm 60 years old, but I still have young ideas in my head. I still dream. I still believe that this country can be better, not tomorrow as the judge said, can be better today. I don't look at you as emerging leaders. I look at you as leaders who have already emerged. Because that idea of emerging can encourage you to kick the ball down the road, to wait for tomorrow. You are leaders who have emerged, and you must stand up in your spaces and win this battle. Individual by individual. Village by village, or family by family, village by village, until we go. Let our voices be heard across. Let us not feel intimidated. I'll give you my story, how I got elected as an independent on a small, non-consequential party. When the Azimio formation came up, and the Kenya Kwanza formation, before it was called Kenya Kwanza, it was the UDA, came up, I was in Fort Kenya with Moses Wetangula and with Mudavadi in ANC. And we had declared, we had looked at the figures and the way the politics were being run and the divide in the country, and we had basically saying that without the group I belonged to joining either side, none of them could win through the threshold of 50 plus 1 vote. So we had agreed that why don't we form a third force and force a runoff. Then at the runoff, we'll sit down with both parties and see which party could have the values we wanted to bring to the table. But what happened. Something called an earthquake happened, and some of us don't belong to earthquakes. So I personally bolted out and quickly got some young men, students, university students. And we together quickly crafted a political party, and we formed the National Reconstruction Alliance. And I ran on that party. I was told Busia in the bedroom, ya baba. I said, yeah, for the president in the bedroom yake, lakini for the senateship ni yangu. So we went, and by the way, I got the largest number of votes of any candidate. I even beat Baba in Busia in the number of votes. So, there you go. I got elected. We have a number of MCS who also got elected on the party. But I'm just telling you that this thing that sometimes you have to make difficult choices and not just cruise the middle. I remember being told by none other than Baba, if you don't run on ODM, you will not be a senator. And I told Baba, I would rather not be a senator than be a senator in ODM. I had my reasons. And here we are. Today I'm the only independent voice in the Senate. But it's not a lonely space. Because from both sides, people can come and whisper and say, can you do this for us? Because we can't do it. Because of the parties on our sides will not allow us. They'll kill us politically. Can you raise this or that? So I'm just giving you these small stories to encourage us young people that it can be done. Inawezekana. Lakini kuwezekana, remember it's 2 ways. You can destroy or you can build up. And I think listening to the speakers who have spoken before me and having watched the report, you are telling us that you are on the good side. And being on the good side, we have to develop a habit of saying no to nonsense. You must have the courage to say no to nonsense. And that's very important, because if only Adam and Eve had said no to the devil, we would be in paradise today. Because we have lost it because of saying yes. I have seen my own power when being nothing more than the ability for me to say no. I've rejected bribes. I lost 10 teeth when I refused in 2012 a bribe of 9 million, and they beat me saying, unakataa pesa utakufa. You see. But I survived. So, we must develop the capacity to say no to temptation. I go back to the Gospels. The temptation of the Christ. After Adam and Eve failed to say no to the devil, God came up with plan B. The Son of Man his own son, God the Son, would be born of Mary. And we had what we call as Catholics, we refer to it as the Immaculate Conception. Conception without original sin. So the Christ is born, he grows up, and the devil comes with a temptation. Just bow before me, and all this will be yours. The temptation we encounter every day when you want to stand up. They will tell you, just take this and forget about this, you will be better off. So the temptation of the Christ. Imagine if the Christ had knelt down to the devil. We would have lost again, God would have lost salvation. By saying no, he restores the relationship between man. He accomplishes his mission of restoring the relationship between man and God. That's the little theology I learned. So, we must inculcate in our culture the ability to say no to temptation. Ability to say no to breaches of the law. That way, we'll be able to make the law govern this country. And that way, we will be able to uphold the name of this country as the Republic of Kenya. Don't allow anybody to run this country like a kiosk. Don't allow anybody to run this country like a kingdom or a fiefdom. Demand that this country must be governed as a republic, ruled by law and not by men. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Let's appreciate him, please, as well. Great insights. I would also want to recognize and welcome those not too far from Busia County, where Senator comes from, and that's Bungoma County representatives. On behalf of the governor, we have the Chief Officer, Youth and Sports, Mr. Siche Soet. We also have Honorable Luke Opor, who's a political advisor in the office of the Governor, Kenneth Lusaka. Asante sana, shukran. Thank you for being here. So we'll, of course, converse further as we go along. But our eminent panelists, asante for being here, and thank you. Listening to the good senator, listening also to the report by Novel Consultancies. They have kind of given a snapshot on what has happened onto the ground. So first, I'd like to get your thoughts. I think we'll do this in like a succession. We'll have interventions from you for just about 2 minutes, and then we can do another quick round. But I'd love for us to throw it to the audience, for them also to pose questions as well. So let's start from Margaret, really your key thoughts, looking at the report highlights. And I think also sitting in at the Editors Guild, I think the challenge now is on even us as a media. There was a conversation about the exposure and the bit about how we can support the conversation on the youth agenda, and really talking about it a bit loudly as well. So over to you.
Thank you very much for welcoming me to this panel, and congratulations to the Emerging Leaders Foundation for the launch of the report and also for the work that goes into it. So for us, coming from the media side, I'd like to agree with the speakers that have spoken before that the table has already been established. The members of the table are already on board. So that's actually, there's no debate about that. The idea is now, what are you doing while you're at the table? Are you playing your role while you're at the table? So for us at the Guild, we come with solutions to amplify the work that's being done at the policy level. And one of our key solutions is being intentional in the programs that we provide. You can hear? Right, one of our key solutions is being intentional in the programs that we provide. The executive director spoke about Saubona, I see you. For us, we go a step further and say, I see you, but we are also coming to you. We are also coming to the spaces where you are. We have an intentional program that focuses on the next generation, which is called the Next Gen Initiative, where we mentor the university students even as they begin, their career. We do media clinics with them in the universities, with the senior editors. The bit about instant gratification, it's not just about money, it's also about fame. We know that media is work that's done in public. Most of the media people do their work in public, and that almost gives some the status of celebrity. So that is something that begins early in the universities, in the institution of learning. Everyone wants that instant gratification. How can I just get out of here and be seen on the silver screen immediately? That we have noted. So what we are doing intentionally is to do mentorship by allowing those who've gone before them to speak about their journeys. They didn't just begin from there. Work went into it. Therefore, through the Next Gen Initiative, we are then able to bring on board, especially the ones who are about to end, third years and fourth years, and do media clinics to help them, to bring to them the realities and the pressures of where they're going. They're going to be getting into newsrooms. There is pressure in the newsrooms, and therefore these clinics help them to understand what you will find in the newsroom vis-a-vis what you're being taught in the universities. The universities might be ideal. You're being taught the ideal. What is the reality? When that happens, then the youth are able to identify with the people they are seeing that have excelled and identify with the journeys where they have come from. So then that lessens that impact of, instant self-gratification, and then helps them to concentrate on putting effort where they are and building onto where they want to be. The other way that we do this is you can't work alone. You have to amplify the policy work that's being done. You have to reach out to policymakers and propose your solutions. So what we do, bring the policymakers to where you are and propose what you want. When you've already been given the space at the table, therefore make use of it by being prepared. So what we do, we prepare what we would like to, what we would like the policy makers to do. We prepare our positions and mobilize supporters, mobilize allies to speak for us in their various spaces about what we would like. The media space currently has been so much disrupted so that very many people are losing their jobs. Very many people from young and old are losing their jobs. So we are trying to occupy that space by trying to bring on board a law that can enable the media to operate even during times of disruption. So we do that by preparing on our end and then pushing our agendas through the various spaces that we have, including round tables, and bring on board the policy makers that are in the specific spaces, such as the committee chairs of parliament and other key policy makers in the ICT department.
Either as a draft and also just using it as well in your policy-making initiatives. So I don't know, for the Tunaweza project, is it something that perhaps you can inculcate as well in your policy making for the youth agenda in Kilifi County?
Thank you so much for this engagement. Hello, everyone. Congratulations. I love this project and love the report that has been launched here. Maybe I would like to reiterate what Dr. Kivindi said on the disgruntled group, the 35%, that most of the people, we have not reached out to them because we need to find out why they are disgruntled. So I'll talk about governance. For me, I look at His Excellency, my leader, the governor of Kilifi County, Governor Gideon Maitha Mungaro. When he came into office, he ensured that the CIDP was rolled out, and you cannot work without a tool. So on 15th of June this year, Kilifi County was the second county to launch the CIDP, which has helped us come up with the program, and it has also made us work faster because of the RRIs. And if you look at the CIDP, the fifth component or the fifth chapter talks about the recommendations, which the needs, the youth were engaged through this program, that's Tunaweza, and most of the things that came up was the youth felt like they were not given that safe space, and that's where the disgruntled group is. So us as the stakeholders or the policymakers, it's our work to find out how best we can include them in all this. For me, I always make sure that in each of my meetings we have the youth engaged. We make sure there's total representation of the youth at the county budget and economic forum, at the, making sure they have public participation. Sorry. Yeah, and also,
Sound 1, 2.
So we also make sure that we have policies that are functional. We also, on the International Youth Day, I was able to launch my Kilifi Youth County policy, which was not there before, and it's through these frameworks that I've been able to make things work. So at least now youth have felt included. So when I go back to the disgruntled group, as a mental health practitioner, most of the youth have not been touched. We've not tapped on the mental health of these needs, of the needs of the adolescent and the youth mental health needs. If you look, if you go back to the youth that maybe end up by dying by suicide, you find that they come from homes or have been through experiences that have not been shared. They've not been given that space to express their concerns. So in the county government of Kilifi, I've ensured that there's a lot of sporting activities. We are trying to make sure and make use of the beach space. We've tried to include many beach games, and through the Tunaweza and the Ashraf, who has a Kakoneni group at the football team, through these sporting teams, and also we include the women because these are the people who are also, there's a lot of gender-based violence. So through sporting activities, we give the youth that safe space to share, to tell us about the mental health issues, their GBV concerns, and how best we can help them. Because we might end up finding that that is the disgruntled group that might, since they're not included, if you give them that space through beach games or through tourism or through public participation, you're able to get the needs at that level. And again, also, the fifth component, the fifth chapter of the CIDP, where it promotes the PPP, the public-private partnerships, His Excellency has also emphasized on looking for these stakeholders. Kilifi County has 150 civil society organizations, and we are now mapping them to see what else they can do, or how else can this CSOs help with the youth? Do we have a CSO that are going to maybe just factor on the mental health aspect by making sure they talk to the community health volunteer workers? Do we have a CSO that is going to make sure these youth have been engaged in the climate and climate change? Do we have youth in the agricultural sector who are going to be taught on how to tap into the indigenous plants that maybe are becoming extinct? So if you're able to create a niche for this youth and give them that safe space to participate and air their brain, because maybe they've not been given that space, maybe we'll have a less disgruntled group in Kilifi County. Thank you.
you. Let's just quickly dash to Migori because I want to get the key learnings from the county. You'll actually touch on Taita Taveta because I know you have a very good passion for that as well. But let's, Vincent, I think on your tour of duty, as you go around, I don't know what really stands out for you, particularly because you're the touch point between ELF and the youth. And they're telling you first, before even the report is actually unveiled and these key findings, you already kind of have a good idea onto it. So with the milestones you've achieved so far, with the recommendations, I don't know what's going to be next for you.
Thank you so much, and I want just to appreciate Emerging Leaders Foundation and the patronage of our able mentor-in-chief, Karen Wakoli, who has really identified and she's really passionate about youth engagement in this country. So basically, as I didn't introduce myself, I'm Vincent Mwita. I'm the county coordinator for Tunaweza Migori chapter since 2019. So basically I can say that as we all have seen the findings of the report, it's basically that we are moving from the initial engagement of young people, just engagement and participation, and really digging deep into the meaningful and inclusive engagement. So basically what we really need to look into is ensuring that we are really reaching out to them that have not been reached at the grassroots. And also I can say that through our journey of Tunaweza until when we are launching this project, basically a lot of has changed in the county. And young people used to make noise, as it has been said, while there is no that framework of engagement and also partnering, meaningful partnership and healthy conversation, positive engagement with the county government and other duty bearers within the county. But actually through the capacity building, through the opportunity given to us by Emerging Leaders Foundation and other stakeholders, we've been able now to even sit with the county government in different technical working group, which we all know that these are key decision-making spaces that give strong recommendation. And as I said earlier, it is not only about engagement, but we can see the opinion, we can see the inputs that the young people are putting in these key documents are being taken up. And even as we speak with the CIDP, a lot has been captured for the young people. So our role as young people is mobilizing and also continuing to see that are we really building a network and solidarity for young people who can negotiate, whose opinion and even recommendation can reflect in these key budget and planning documents, and not just being reflected but following through to their implementation for the development of youth agenda. But again, beyond the report, basically from the recommendation, it's a moment of expansion. It's a moment of also supporting young people. We've seen that capacity is still a gap for the young people, so we really need to strengthen and ensure that how best are we getting to the youth with disability at the grassroots, at the villages, at the ward levels, at the sub-county level, up to the county level, to the national. How best are we capacity build them in those areas to ensure that they can even do these things by themselves. Then another thing is the access of information. It's so unfortunate that the report that came in that Migori County leads in terms of issues to do with access to information. So if young people get appropriate, timely, and a very clear information on time, they can negotiate and make decisions that will better their lives. Then resources. I know that when we talk about resources, it's not only about funding, but again, resource in terms of capacity, resource in terms of human resource. Are youth available to follow through or to lead the change that they really deserve? So that basically should also be something beyond this report, and also the stakeholders who are here, how best can we partner with us young people to ensure that we are able to deliver at the county level, we are able to deliver, to engage even more young people. When we were starting in 2019 in Migori County, and even I'm a representation also of other counties, the journey has really grown, and young people have really joined the movement, not only Tunaweza, but engagement with the county government. So basically, how best can we see that we are continuing to build a movement of young people who will be meaningfully engaged, who will champion inclusivity and see that things are changing. For Migori County is also unique, is one of the 22 hotspot counties that FGM, female genital mutilation, is an issue. And today, I'm really glad that my CC has joined me together with the colleague from the CSO. Dr. Betty Samburi is my waziri from the county. She's really passionate about young people, and when she got in the office, she really promised that she will drive the issues to do with helping us to push the county-specific youth development policy for Migori to ensure that the county legislators enact it and also following through its implementation. So basically, how can we continue to partner to ensure that we are also building political goodwill, which is an issue. So beyond this report launch, as I part short, I want to say that now we must ensure that we are moving from boardrooms and going to the grassroots, and also shifting the power to the young people to collaborate positively with the duty bearers and other stakeholders to drive the youth agenda.
Thank you, Vincent. And also shout out to Waziri Betty as well for the support from that top level. Patience, I think, sitting right in the middle. On your far right, you have the media represented, and also you have, the county leadership in terms of the policy-making directive, and also the trainers of trainers. I think I'd want to get your input as an analyst is, what can be done differently, any way we can fasten the achievement of inclusion of women and youth.
Good morning once again. My name is Patience Nyange. I am the Executive Director, Association of Media Women in Kenya, but I'm also a good friend to ELF. They say your friends have not only heard your story, but they have lived through your story. I have lived through the story of ELF when it was only but an idea many years ago. And Karen passionately spoke about it. One day, it was only an idea. Today we sit here and are very proud of Karen and the team that you work with, because you've been persistent. You have gone out and proven that this can be done. And that the young people that are represented in this room, or the ones that we represent, we know that they have a space in our country. And because ELF has proven that they have a space, and that space can be defended, can be justified, today they have a say. Listening to all the speeches that have been done this morning, and the videos that we have seen or watched, and the report that has been launched today, we can only say congratulations. So allow me to ask you to clap once again for ELF. Thank you. I listened to Dr. Katinde's statistics, and I asked myself, okay, so we have heard about all this engaged, this wrangled team. They're there and they are here. And you've heard the young people say, we will not vote again. Well, mine is to challenge you that there's nothing for you without you. And where we sit, and every place that I sit, I've always told young people, you must take yourself to the decision-making tables. That's where decisions are being made. That's where decisions about you are going to be made by older people or by people who don't represent you. So you must mobilize yourself. You must have the power to be able to say, even us deserve a seat here. And when there's no seat, bring yours and find a space at the decision-making table. So listening to everybody, we all have a good cause for the young people. We all have a good heart towards the young people. The question is, are they ready for them to be included in those spaces that we are seeking to see they want the inclusion? Are they ready to be able to mobilize themselves and say, we too deserve to be in these spaces? The Tunaweza project report that has been launched today, it only shows that all the youth, everywhere they are, they're yearning to be included. Are we being deliberate about their inclusion? At AMIC, one of the things that I do all the time is to give a space to the young people to come and bring their A game in everything that they do. And because I have been here as an honorary member now for ELF, or Emerging Leaders Foundation, I've realized that the young people just need to be given a space, to be heard, to be seen, and to be included. And so we give them a big space that to tell them, this is yours. Bring your creativity, bring your ideas to the table, allow yourselves to make mistakes, because we have been there and made mistakes, but we can look back and say, on this one, maybe you can change the course here. So we are very deliberate about mentorship. That's what ELF does. We are very deliberate about bringing them to the table. I walk around and everybody tells me, Patience, you always walk around with a delegation of young girls. And I love it, because I want to bring them to the spaces, even in this room. My mentees from the office are in this room as well. And I'm deliberate to just tell them tomorrow there'll be a function. And I knew I was invited alone, but I didn't even ask for the permission. I said, I'm an honorary member, I have some privileges. Please come along. That's exactly how I'm deliberate. When you invite me to your function, my answer has always been, can I tag along 1 or 2 persons? Because I don't want to say interns. There's a possibility you'll tell me, no, don't bring interns into the room. But I'm only saying, can I tag along 1 or 2 persons? I'm not defining who, I'm not saying who. Maybe you will think I'm bringing along board members. No. I'm bringing along the young people. I want them to be in those spaces. I am deliberate about that. So if everybody else is deliberate about their inclusion, they will be in a space where they can't be given a voice. We are also trying to look at how do we ensure that the future takes care of their concerns today. There's a song that I like, and I just realized that I love this song so much, but you know, there are people who don't know about it. Do you know about a song that is called Mle Mtoto? Huh? What's that? Mle Mtoto, Mle, whatever. Some of you remember my journey. I vied for the governor position in Taita Taveta County in the previous elections. So I realized it was such a song that was so popular in Taita Taveta County, and in most of these churches, that is really what the Sunday school children sang. It's really, go and listen to it, go and look for it on YouTube. I don't even remember the artist, but I know the song and I know the words. So there's a place it says, Kumbe Tunaweza tukiwezeshwa. And I love it. So I sat down with my mom about a week ago and I asked, Mommy, do you know this song? And she clearly had no idea about the song. And I said, I thought it was such a popular song for everybody. And she said, I've never heard of this song before. So even you go and search it. But when you listen to the song, it's a cry for young people saying, tuwezesheni, tunaweza. Give us the opportunity, put us in the spaces where we can, and we will be able to show you what we can do. We will never be young people forever. I was a youth one day. I'm no longer there. I'm looking forward to my big 40 or to my big 4, 4th floor. And everybody says life starts at 40. Mine is just about to start, and I'm excited about that. You know? But one day I was that person who will get to places and say, I'm here to represent the young people. I hope and I imagine that I will always be a young person. Stella Neritu, it's a passing wave. It's going to pass. Use it now and use it well. So it's okay. It is exactly that. And I remember somebody sat here and said, I always imagine that we will be here and I will always, plan. Well, even the young people, I imagine the same, that they'll be the youth forever, but before you know it, you're not there. What have you done with your youth? And for those who are in spaces where you can bring the youth, please bring them. Be really deliberate about it. Be intentional. You know those aunties of yours who visited you and you looked at them and they told you, I am 42, and you're like, when I'm 42, 40. We're the aunties now. Yeah, so I see my nieces who are younger than 10 years, and all the time I'm sure they're looking at me and saying, she's very old, she's very old. But we're here. But I'm deliberate about their future. I'm deliberate about thinking everything that I want to do today is about my niece, is about my daughter, is about the young people that I'm thinking about. Those who have gone ahead of us can think about us, but can we also be deliberate about thinking about the other people that are behind us? So my call is to ensure that all of you are intentional about the inclusion of young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Patience. A round of applause, please, to the panelists for that first quick intervention. I am looking at the time, and thanks to the organizers for the ticker there. I can see the responses that are coming online. It's very easy to read and respond to them. But as we follow that up with those who are watching us on Facebook, YouTube, and other social media platforms, I want to throw it out to the team here. Please, let's now engage. I know there are roving mics out there. Just stand, introduce yourself, just say your question, any comment you have, and then I'll throw it back to the panel for some closing remarks. But before we do that, where are Patience's mentees? Where are you? We don't want to call you interns. Hi, how are you? Thank you for being here. Round of applause. Thank you so much. Great mentorship out there. And also just, I think she stepped out. I was going to recognize the team. Karen Munyai, where is she from? Makueni, she was here as well. Just to get the perspective so you can support Vincent's initiative. There you are. Yeah. Let's hear what you have to say about, in fact, maybe a quick comment from you from Makueni. So I like the representation that we all have. So pass the mic to Karen.
Good morning, everyone. Is it okay if I make the comment from here, or do I have to come all the way? Anywhere. The camera is going to struggle for me. Okay. So from the report, I think one of the key takeaways that we're going to take home as Makueni is it's an eye-opener, let me say, because most of the findings that have been highlighted on the report are basically things that, looking at it from a different angle, is then what can we do differently, or how do we solve these issues that have come up from the report? Because other than just having the report as it is, what other interventions are we going to put in place that are going to help us solve issues of resources, for example? Do we do more partnerships? Do we do, as Robert puts it, let's engage all key stakeholders and our people who are working on youth development within the county level to help us even amplify our work better? Because at Makueni, and I believe other county coordinators will tell you the same, we cannot exist on our own, but we have to also embrace and synergize efforts to ensure that youth development and our voice in governance is really hard. Number two, I think the other thing that we're going to take home is youth wanapenda pesa. There is no given time that you'll ever tell someone to come for a meeting now. Actually, they're even having an event that is running today, and that's why I've been in and out. But they'll be like, Karen, kuna kakitu? And tell them, no, today is, we are following up on what we did on YDOS. So a follow-up cleanup and checking what we recommended on that day, if it's being followed. And so they're asking, so who's facilitating? I'll tell them, Tunaweza is facilitating. What do you mean who's facilitating? Are you there? Are you branded? Is everything in place? So how do we even try to engage? And what I'm simply trying to say is it is up to us, also as coordinators, with even the help of the various stakeholders that we have, county government and the rest, to try and see if we can change this mindset by speaking to our fellow youth, one, by even speaking. Conversation always works most of the time. So conversation, yes, as we also engage. Tunaweza amua leo tutafanya event na pesa, na kesho kama haiko, because mtatoa wapi, and things have to run, you know. So yes, that. The other, imeisha?
That's enough.
Sawa, nimeambiwa hiyo imeisha. Asanteni.
Asante sana, shukran, and thanks for the great work as well. Going online, it's living true to say that every generation must rise up and answer to a call. Thanks to ELF and all other stakeholders, the young people of this country are standing up. Thank you, Daniel Ladika. This conversation has been long overdue. This is the time we're having it, and we need to make sure we sustain the momentum. I believe Shadrach Ndite. This is the time to care for our social well-being. Vasco Dindo, appreciate it. And then, of course, great people in the room tell so much about the seriousness with which ELF Africa and the partners take the young people. The present is ours. We must shape the future now. Thank you so much, Nobel. I really appreciate, and thank you so much for those of us who joined online. We really appreciate as well for those interventions. I'm going to start going once. I'll take one question here. I'll take question or comments really quick. So our panelists, I see you all have your notebooks there. So if there's anyone that we'll need to respond to just before we do our closing remarks.
Thank you.
I'll introduce yourself.
Thank you once again. Yeah, my name is Honorable Luke Opora. I have served as a member of the County Assembly in the last 5 years. I've been privileged to be the advisor to the Governor of Bungoma And I want to thank Karen and ELF for the good work they're doing. As we're moving forward to the Tunaweza project, I have this opinion because I have been in the political space. The survey that Amy has given suggests that 75% are the youth. Why is it that the elderly are the ones who are in office? Why is it that the governors are old? Why is it the senators are the ones that are old? The women rep, the MCAs. For us to achieve this, the perception has to change. As we head towards 2027, I want to tell all the youths who are here, free of charge, we will not achieve anything in our counties if you don't go to the political space. These, our elders who are there in the offices right now, we are only key and important to them when it comes to the electioneering period. After that, it's about them, their families, and what they do. So mine is to encourage you, the way Senator Mtata has said. Actually, what he talked about, the meeting he was, when he was talking about the third horse, I was in that room. So for us to move forward, we must encourage ourselves. We must have the courage to go into the political space. If we are the majority in this country, we must take over as the governors, we must take over as the MCAs, as the senators, so that at the end of the day, the decision is ours to make, but not to consult and go to Akina Waziri and beg, oh, you know, what. All those things, I think, moving forward, it's our time to rise up to the occasion. This is our country, and it's a Republic of Kenya, the way Senator has said. Without that, my friends, mutaendelea kuumia kama vijana, wazee wanakula, na nyinyi mnameza mate. Asante sana.
Asante. Sorry, I'm going to mark it just per table. Okay. Yes, really quick. And then, I'm sorry, we do not have the quick responses from the panel. Let it just be comments as well, just because of time.
Yeah, let me take this time, first of all, to congratulate the team that did the research or survey. And I will further say that go ahead and document this so that we can use it for further engagement. But what I want to say is that, for example, Migori County took quite a number of youths as chief officers, as even CECs, especially a number of them. But my question still rings. How do we really engage this so that that youth representation is felt with the public? Because as we have them, probably somebody now gets opportunity to be there, but that engagement with these people such that they can be able to really see that we are youth representation is still lacking. The second thing I just wanted to say, I happened to participate in the CIDP development, and there is this thing we call public participation. You will see youths wrangling in social media that we were not engaged. But when the public participation is called so that they may go and be there, we don't see them attending those public participation meetings. So it's upon us to know how do we really push this so that they can be able to participate. Otherwise, I'm one who has really been advocating for evidence-based policy making and advocacy and engagement, and I'm really happy and indeed proud of what you have given. I hope we will receive the reports plus the presentations so that we can be able to utilize them. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. This is Stephen from Generation Program Kenya, an NGO within the youth employment ecosystem. So it's quite exciting to hear this conversation, and I must congratulate ELF for this wonderful achievement. My point could be, my insight could be, even as much as we push this advocacy and the participation of the youth, there is another pillar that we need to be quite cognizant of: employment. What Dr. Ari mentioned there, all that diversity or all that space of youth being segregated in various dimensions is because of employment. So counties must become deliberate in apportioning some positions for this youth, because we don't want just to be there voicing out, talking, and we don't have employment. So this must come out clearly. So congratulations, ELF, and this we can take it to a notch higher. Thank you.
Shukran. Sorry, some questions are coming up. I just have to do this and then we wrap it up.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Baras Oliver, and I serve as the president of ELF Alumni Network. Thank you so much for ELF for the research and the report. Indeed, what has been launched or the finding has been put out in that report is a true reflection of what young people are going through, especially those mashinani. Every day I engage young people on especially social media trying to put out. But one of the things that is coming out that is key in this report is about how can we motivate young people to be available in this process. Because sometimes young people are disengaged, young people have lost hope outside here, because sometimes when we come here and we try to voice our views, those views are not included, especially in the CITBs. When you go into the county government and you get, participate in public participation, as young people you are saying, we need maybe a playing ground, like in Kilifi, people love football. But at the end of the day, you see when the report comes back, there's nothing that has been included what young people has voiced. So we want the policymakers that let us include the views of the young people in this report so that we can motivate them, so that the next they can come, even if it's one. The next time they say we did this and they included one, let us go again, we will have to. The second thing, okay, thank you.
Mbuki, please come up. Mbuki Mburu.
Okay, good morning. My name is Dr. Susan Wandera. I'm from Desta University. I would want to ask, do we have any student from the university here? Any representation? A student leader? Wow, beautiful. You are from the University of Nairobi. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I think there's need to deliberately involve our young people in our universities, actually in these kind of forums. And it's also very important to make more concerted effort to develop the skills of our young people. This country has very good strategies and framework as far as youth empowerment is concerned. But when you go to our country, national offices, county, we have people who are young at heart. They are 60 years, but they are young at heart. They are seated on the dockets of young people. Then the young people with age, they are told to wait until they become young at heart. I think it's very important to ensure that we have young people, not at heart, but young people by the number of their years. For example, we are having a program we've just started at Desta on Masters on Education, Leadership and Policy. Yesterday we were looking at the numbers, and we don't have anybody who is even 40. So we called a few people who are 32, 31. Can you enroll in this program? They said they do not have money. So I also want us to pick up the challenge. What can we do to empower our young people, to sponsor some of them to higher levels? For example, I would request, because this is a master's program that is relatively new in this country, if we can have some people, I thank God for ELF, we are almost having some collaboration and partnership with them at Desta. But if they can get some 10 or 20 young graduates and take them for this program, we would highly appreciate. Because that is the only way in which we can say we have the skills for young people to sit in various positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mbuki Mburu, please just come up. Save me from everyone. Mbuki, where are you? Mbuki Mburu?
I think she's stepped out.
All right, great. So we'll just wrap it up. Let me just call up on
she's
stage.
here.
Okay, there you are.
Good morning, everybody. My sincere apologies, I just stepped out to pick something. Unfortunately, I am just gotten flat-footed, so can I request the MC for me to just settle in and then I respond?
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. So ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we will now wrap up our panel at this point. I want to really thank you. I'm going to ask them to quickly just stand up for a photo op. After the photo op, I'm going to invite our sponsor, Madam Margaret Leo, who's a program officer from the Ford Foundation, to speak to us. So please give a round of applause, please, to our fantastic panel right here. Allow me to join them for the photo. Very well. So please give a round of applause to the panelists as well. We're not done yet. This is just so that we can rush up to the launch. It's okay, we can just... So just so that we can save time, allow me to invite now the program officer from Ford Foundation, Madam Margaret Mliwa, who will just speak right up on stage. Let's appreciate them. They've supported the Tunaweza project. So we're happy to have her here as well. Just speak on behalf of the team.
Good morning, everyone. And I think I must use the word all protocols observed. Yeah, I really want to take this opportunity to thank ELF, to thank the researchers who did this work, to thank the board, the Honorary Council of ELF, and every other person who has been part and parcel of this program. As you've heard, I come from the Ford Foundation. At Ford Foundation, we believe in the inherent dignity of all people. And that tells you why we are supporting ELF. Over the years, Ford Foundation, actually we are turning 60 this year since Ford Foundation came into Kenya, this country. Yeah? And over the years, Ford Foundation has worked in various spaces. Women, you know, if I start telling you some of the things that Ford Foundation has been able to support, but we are very humble, and we always believe that those who lead our work are the drivers, and they are at the driver's seat. So it's not our business to tell them what to do. And I just wanted to say something here. In 2017, Esther is my colleague. She's our program manager, grants manager, walked into the ELF office. They were in a cube. So they had to come out of the door to allow us to get inside because the room was filled with tables and there was no space completely. Even the four of them who were seated there, Karen, Stella, I remember, Janet and someone else, I think Sheboi, was seated there. They did not even have space. And then Esther and I were asking Karen and Janet and Stella, well, so what are you thinking about? And they gave this big, big vision. And in my heart I was saying, hey, hii inawezekana kweli? Yeah, kwa hivyo, I want to go back to the singers. Umbali huu tumetoka. Yeah? So Karen, congratulations. Tumetoka wapi? Mbali. And you know, it was just out of trust. And we said, let's give them this $100,000 US. And Esther these days tells me, hey, Margaret, have you spoken to Karen? They are growing too fast. What does that mean? And you see, I am also a person of big vision, and I call Karen aside and say, Karen, this growth is too much. What are you going to do about it? And then I remember there's Dr. Katindi as the chair of the board. I remember the honorary council, like Patience, the judge who has just left here, and then I tell Esther, relax. Karen is in good hands. And there's people who can tell to stop, or rather to really reflect on what is supposed to be done. Now, this morning, I really don't want to, there's a lot of things that have been said about the report, and you already see what the report has. But I want to ask a few questions which we need to to interrogate, and many of you have mentioned, if you are 75%, those of you who are below 35, how are you allowing the 25% control your lives? I mean, that is a really question you need to ask yourself. That is one. The second one, Dr. Katindi mentioned about a research that was done by Well Told Story. Now they have rebranded to Shujaa Inc. They did another report in 2020 after the elections. And I encourage you to go and read that report. It's shocking. Shocking in the sense that young people who are 75% still feel unheard. Yeah? They still feel unheard. They still also feel that they are mistrusted and vilified by their communities. Yeah? You need to ask yourself questions. Why? Why is that happening? And you need to unpack this. And even following the other report that Dr. Tundi told us, you need to really start interrogating those statistics and asking, why are you disfranchised? Yeah? Why do we have this 10% who have learned the art of hanging around the right, is it the wrong or right people to continue being your representatives? And I also want to say that you need also to go further and interrogate yourselves. When we talk of accountability, I keep on wondering, I started my life as a secondary high school teacher. And there were some 20 plus years where there was massive cheating. ELF, I would love of you to start asking those questions. What does that tell of when you talk of values as an organization? What does it say about even the young people you're working with? Do they truly believe in the values you're talking about? And what are these values? And what makes a young person or what makes somebody happy? Remember, Ford is about dignity, inherent dignity of all people. That you have food, another person doesn't have food, and you are comfortable, and you are happy, and you are sleeping pretty well. What makes you happy? I mean, what really makes you comfortable? Are we comfortable when we see, for instance, people sleeping in a makeshift house? Does it ever bother us as individuals? I don't want to bring it as a group, individuals, to just realize that there are people who cannot even go to school. There are people who cannot even, have access the way we have it. And I say we are privileged even to be in this space. How many people have they've even seen Serena at the gate and they don't even know what goes on here. So it's a constant what? Reflection of ourselves and the things we believe in. More than often I've told Karen, I don't want to develop capitalistic tendencies. Because sometimes power can get into you and you forget where you've come from. Eh? And we have to constantly ask ourselves, tumetoka wapi? Eh? Na pale umetoka, where were you? And what were the beliefs that you had then and where we are in? Because power can get into our hand, into our head, and we forget the things we truly stand for. And then I want also to just say that we, even as I'm thinking, and I have so many papers, I keep on writing papers. Esther tells me, hizi karatasi zako unaandika everywhere where you go. And I lose them, and it's really valuable, information. I want to ask, even as you're looking at this, even as you presented this report, are the things you're doing community-centered? Yeah? Is the work that you're doing community-centered? Is it about issues or you are only thinking about identity? Because sometimes, I've been in the youth sector for over 30 years. And I get sick these days when people are talking about youth. We must move away from identity and move to issue-centered. And please, I'm not saying that it is wrong to talk about youth agenda. If you are 75%, It's no longer about minority. It's about majority thinking about issues of their communities. If there is no water, it's water for everyone. If we can't have access to health care, it's health care for everyone, not young people. And that is why even as those of you who are coming from the county CCs, I'm also really of late interrogating the policies and ticking a tick that we have a youth policy. To what end? Yeah, to what end? Those are questions that I keep on asking. And I'm also asking ELF and even the other organizations we support, what you are implementing, was it curated by the community, the people who live everyday experiences, the people who are hit by the challenges every day, or you created it and took it to the community and said, we are implementing this? And that is one way in which we continuously remove agency from people, yeah, from the citizens. And I'm also looking at it from this, is it inclusive and broader, what you are doing? Are we leaving people out? Are we thinking of young people, teenage mothers? Where do we place them? Because in our communities, once you give birth, even if you are 15 years old, you are termed as an adult. So we need to continue interrogating ourselves even as we do this work. And then I think for me, it's also about enhancing leadership quality. And I want you to continuously think about things that are grounded on local needs and experiences. I think I've talked about this. Thinking about intergenerational and multisectoral, addressing systemic issues, you know? And these issues must be addressed on issues of justice, equity, you know? If we throw out justice out of the window, then we are not doing anything. And then we also must look at ways in which a local knowledge and experience is being utilized, you know? Sometimes we walk into a village and we think the people in that village don't know anything. And that is those working in different sectors, whether it's private sector. But we really must appreciate that those people know their challenges, they know their problems, and they have solutions to those issues. And then one of the things that I keep on also asking myself, many people say, make the program easy for young people, because young people don't have time to think about these things. I want to finish by saying, ELF and other organizations that are here, please make sure that you are helping young people develop socio-political and economic analysis. It's only through that they're able to unearth some of the things that are inhibiting progress in our communities. I want to finish by, I was saying I'm concluding, but these papers of mine have a lot of things. I want to finish by saying one thing. We must start asking ourselves again, as young people, as those of you who are young, space for who and for what. You must also continuously reflect on the history of the struggle of Kenya. Yeah? You must reflect. Okay, Omtata was here, and I remember him being chaining himself to the police headquarters. Yeah? And he was beaten, and he didn't even have, all his teeth were removed then. And then you must also interrogate capacity building, interrogate mentorship and coaching. It's not just, so I keep on telling people that, you can go and put people in a class and put a tick, I trained 50 people. But what does that training mean? Does it have any mindset change? Because we, as Kenyans, we must start dealing with mindset change. Yeah? There is enough information, in fact, over-information. And it can be disinformation, misinformation. But what we need to deal is with our mindset change. That's only when we can have the values of changing our communities. Once more, thank you so much, and thank you for listening to me. I'm not taking it for granted. ELF Foundation continue trusting in you, and we really believe in you, and we are very happy with the progress you have made so far, and we look forward to supporting you the more. And we are not your funders, we are your friends, partners, and we look forward. And then there was something which was said about MCAs. We are also working with Kenya Young MCAs Association. And it's great that you continue engaging in that space so that you understand what is it that you can do to support that. I can see he's standing over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Ford Foundation, for being our great partners. A round of applause, please, to Margaret, representing the team. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll bear with me. I'm just trying to rush so that we can all have a session of entertainment and a session of networking amongst ourselves just before you leave for your other meetings as well. So our last speaker, dignified speaker at this point in time before we do our launch, that will be led by Stella, allow me to call up on stage Dr. Monica Wanjiru Mweru, who's the Vice Chairperson at EACC, for her remarks to come up.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Good morning. I'm very excited. Why? Because the space I occupy, we deal with people who conspire to ponder, to use public resources. But today, I'm so excited because I'm here with people who are conspiring to build this nation, to inculcate values, to inculcate integrity. I've been listening to the speeches, but I have not heard the word integrity. And let me tell you, as readers, imagine or emerged, we have to have integrity. We have to be honest. Kenya, we always compare ourselves with Singapore. Yes, Singapore in the 1960s, we were at par. But when the President Lee Kim Yew of Singapore took up that country, he adopted the three anchoring policies, or what is popularly known as MPH. And the first one was meritocracy, the other one was pragmatism, and the other one was honesty. Honesty and integrity, they go hand in hand. I'm not going to bore you with a lot, but as readers of tomorrow, if we are to build this country, we have to embrace integrity and honesty. Now, allow me just to read a few words. I'm going to focus on two areas. I'm going to briefly tell you about EACC and how we can partner with ELF, Tunaweza, because for us to succeed, we have to take care of our country. We have to take care of the resources which will help us grow this country, and we become a first world country. So before I go on, allow me to convey the warm regards of the EACC and particularly the chair, Dr. David Ogide, who was supposed to join you today, but he could not join you. And he said he's with you in spirit. He's very passionate about young readers, and he's also very passionate about moving this country beyond and become a first world country. I also want to congratulate the Emerging Readers Foundation Africa for their commendable effort in the nurturing value-based approach in empowering our youth to hold the duty bearers accountable. This is very instrumental in shaping the ethical and integrity-driven Kenyan society, the one we want. At EACC, I know most people fear EACC because they just see people walking through the revolving doors. But let me tell you briefly about EACC. It is a constitutional commission which was established by Article 79 of the Kenyan Constitution, Section 3 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act of 2011. At EACC, our mandate can be put in 4 pillars. That is prevention and combating corruption through law enforcement, through prevention, education, and promotion of standards of integrity, ethics, and anti-corruption in Kenya. Specifically, and I will not go into a lot of details, we investigate, and recommend issues to the Director of Public Prosecution for prosecution of acts of corruption. We also institute and conduct proceedings in court. We monitor and practice procedures of public bodies. We also advise on our own initiative any person on any matter within our functions. So in order to deliver our mandate, and I'll be very brief, we have 4 strategic interventions. What we normally do, we prioritize high impact investigations. And when I talk about high impact investigations, is we consider the personalities involved, the value or loss of, the value of the loss, and more importantly, public interest. The other strategic intervention we normally do, we conduct asset tracing and recovery of corruptly acquired assets. If you read in the papers today, there's a story about land we recovered along Mombasa Road. It's 60 acres of land which had been corruptly acquired. We recovered that land, and today it is being used for the affordable housing. I can tell you that land was divided and owned by 5 people. 5 people. Today, if you go there, it is going to house thousands of people. So that is why we at EACC, we want to make corruption painful, and we deny you that benefit. It takes long. I know there are people who say EACC does nothing, but we do a lot. The other way we do, our other way we implement our mandate is corruption prevention, public awareness, and education. And lastly, which is very relevant to this occasion, is a partnership approach, where we purpose to establish and maintain strategic linkages and partnership with the states and non-state actors in promoting integrity, ethics, and anti-corruption initiatives. I would say this organization will help us achieve our mandate. We'll partner with you, and we will work with you. Allow me to go straight and talk about how we can partner with you. I don't want to repeat because in my speech a lot has been said, but I want to talk about how we can work with you. We wish to enlist your support and resolve to be an anti-corruption champions in every way possible. We have been told the youth, you are the majority, so if you join this fight, we can win it. Actually, we changed our vision. We are launching our strategic plan at the end of this month. We aim at eradicating corruption. I know you laugh at us, but that is our goal. But how can we eradicate corruption if you do not join us? So we want you to join us, and remember that your action today will shape the Kenya of tomorrow by, one, advocating for positive culture, a positive culture of corruption, intolerance in our society, particularly in the counties. I can say that in Kenya, corruption has been normalized. You go to the streets, you see corruption in action. I don't want to mention anybody, but we want to change that narrative. We want you to change this narrative and say no to corruption. The other thing we want, or which you can help us achieve, is upholding adherence to national values and principles as good governance, integrity, transparency, accountability, as contemplated in Article 10 of the Constitution. The other way we can work together is you preach adopting an integrity-driven lifestyle. The youth, you are powerful. You can influence your colleague through social media, through all the platforms, and advocate integrity-driven lifestyle. Do not envy somebody who is driving a big car and they cannot explain how they acquired that car. Actually, at EACC, we also follow unexplained wealth. So encourage the other person not to engage, to earn your keep through legal ways. Another way of holding the state and public officers accountable is following the values and principles of public service as required in Article 232 of the Constitution, particularly observance of high standards of professionalism, prudent use of public resources, and accountability for administrative action. So those are some of the ways we can work together with the Emerging Leaders Foundation and Tunaweza. And therefore, as I conclude, as we launch this report today, and congratulations to the people who are in the field, you know, also it is important to make a decision using data. It is very important. So thank you, the people who did this report. So let us remember that the fight against corruption is a marathon. It is not a sprint. Let us stand together, united by our shared vision of an integrity-driven and corruption-free Kenya, with citizens' rights and public interest is where citizens' rights and public interest is upheld, public resources are protected and are used prudently, national values and principles of governance are complied with, and public officials are accordingly held accountable. Again, I wish to affirm that the Commission is committed to collaborate with the state and non-state stakeholders, such as the Emerging Leaders Foundation Kenya, to fight corruption, promotion of ethics and integrity and good governance, and to have a value-based country. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. And please pass our regards to Dr. Bishop Oginde. A round of applause to EACC. Very approachable. Yes, I know some people will fear hearing that EACC is in the room, but we are opening collaboration opportunities as well. Without further ado, Stella, please come up, recognize your colleague directors, and then I'll be able to guide you on the photo ops.
Thank you. Come on, let's appreciate Laban for the good job. Good morning. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for sticking through. My name is Stella Nderito. I will not talk much. I just wish to clarify that I am happy I'm not young at heart, but I've been given platforms by people who believe in young people. And so I'll just do two things. I wish to recognize two groups of people, and I'll mention them by name. So one, Karen, please stand. Karen, Katindi, Dr. Katindi, please stand. I want us to give them a standing ovation. Esther, please stand. Esther, God of Ford, yes. Margaret, please stand. Patience. And Waf, Charles Wafula. I don't know why you're sad, but I know you're here. Perfect, yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who really believed in me when we were starting Tunaweza. And Tunaweza was led by young people, including myself. I was fresh out of campus. I didn't know how best to start training young people, but the people you see here believed in me, mentored me, held my hands, and continued to build my capacity as we did the work. So as we speak, even now, even though I'm not actively engaged in Tunaweza, I'm doing other things to do youth work, but I am here and I'm standing strong because of these people. So please, let's give them a standing ovation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Please, some more. Thank you so much. You may have your seats. Asanteni sana. So thank you for holding my hand. And the second group that I want to acknowledge is the young people who I have either trained in one way or another, have been part of Tunaweza or any other ELF program. Please be up and standing. Please stand. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who I had the privilege to work with, to train, but I also learned so much from them. So it's possible for young people to actually work and work well. We just need to believe in young people. Asanteni sana. Please, let's appreciate them. And so as we launch this report today, I hope that the young people that we've watched in the video that we watched this morning will not be the same people who will be speaking for fellow young people. We need more visibility, we need more young people to be engaged, and we need more young women in the space. And all of us can do that we are inspired, so let's go forth and inspire other people. Thank you so much. So allow me to move to the next stage, and I will invite Karen, Margaret, our EACC Vice Chair, please come, and Dr. Katindi, please move to the launch area. And we will launch this report. If you can help me move the seat, thank you, thank you. So, ladies, thank you so much. We will cut the ribbon. So I will count 1, 2, 3, up to 5. And then you will be, yes. There will be some magic happening, magic loading. All right. So up to 5. When I get to 5, you can cut. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Magic loading, please. Some music. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. We can be clapping as we unveil the report. This is a report on the effectiveness of youth-led social accountability, not only in the 8 counties that we work, but in the 47 counties. From Africa. Come on, let's clap some more. Thank you so much. And I will now ask the ladies to just stand facing the camera and we can take the photo if they can move. Okay. Some music, more music, please.
Moving like a tidal wave, eye on the prize, they cannot be swayed. Soaring like an eagle, roaring like a lion, standing tall and majestic like Mount Zion. Are you ready? Yeah! Africa! Oh, yeah! From the east to the west, to the north, to the south, to the center. ELF, let's go! Oh, yeah. Come on! Mabadiliko yamefika sasa.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Laban. Thank you.
Another round of applause. The report has been unveiled and you have it on your tables. Thank you very much. Just before we get to the vote of thanks as well, there are just going to be quick photo ops. Enid, where are you? Enid, where are you? All the CECs, please come up. All the CECs, come up with your report. Please come up with your report. All the CECs. DJ, you can play some music as we do this quick photo op. Enid, where are you? Enid, I need you on my left. You come and sit here for a quick vote of thanks. Karen, if you could join me in the pictures with the CECs as well. Yes, please. All the CCs, please come. Karen, if you can come and join the picture as well with Dr. Katindi, Dr. Monica as well, and Margaret. Please join the CCs. All the county coordinators, please be queuing on my right. All the county coordinators, come to my right.
Watch out, they are coming. A generation emerging, rising up from Africa.
CCs will take their seats as I invite. Let me have the Karen and Margaret and Dr. Katini stay on stage. County coordinators, please come up right on stage, really quick. Yes, let's do it really quick.
Eye on the prize, they cannot be swayed. Soaring like an eagle, roaring like a lion, standing tall and majestic like Mount Zion.
All right, there we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job, the county coordinators. Thank you. Okay. Let me have the let's have the board, ELF board. Let's have the ELF board. I think Karen, please, and Margaret. Sorry, I'm gonna have you still stay on stage. The ELF board, please, and the directors. Karen, Patience, Enid, Stella, Acho, please come up. All the directors.
It is time to tell the world that we are not just the future. We are the present.
Sorry, county directors and advisors. County directors and advisors. I thought county directors and advisors.
We are not just the future. We are the present.
County directors and advisors. Thank you very much. That was to the directors as well and advisors. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to really appreciate you all for being a great audience. The conversation continues. We're still around here as well. But now I want to hand over back the program to where it rightfully belongs. That's to ELF, and Enid Tirengo will be doing the vote of thanks, and that will mark the end of our program. Thank you very much.
Generation emerging, rising up from Africa.
Thank you, Laban, for being a very good MC for the event. Thank you, everyone who's here. Good morning. Or is it afternoon? Good morning. I'm honored to be giving the vote of thanks on behalf of my colleagues at ELF Africa. And I would like to really extend our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made today's breakfast event possible. The report launch on the effectiveness of youth-led social accountability has been a culmination of hard work, dedication, and collaboration. We are grateful. First and foremost, I want to express our deep appreciation to the 8 Tunaweza county coordinators and their county teams. Your tireless efforts, passion, and commitment to driving social accountability at the grassroots level has been instrumental in bringing out positive changes in our communities. I would also like to extend our gratitude to the county-based youth-serving organizations Your partnerships and support are invaluable. To our esteemed supporters, partners, and collaborators, your unwavering belief in our mission has propelled us forward. We are deeply grateful. A special tribute goes to Novel Consultants, our research consultants, for their invaluable contributions to this report. Your expertise and dedication have ensured the quality and integrity of our findings. I cannot overestimate the importance of our ELF Africa staff. Thank you. Your tireless spirit, your commitment, your dedication have made today's event a reality. You're truly inspiring. To all the county officials from the different counties who have joined us today, we appreciate your presence and your willingness to engage in meaningful dialogues around governance and accountability. To all our panelists, to all our guests, to the chief guest, Ms. Monica, thank you for your insight. Thank you for your wisdom, and thank you for your presence here today. Your contributions have enriched our discussions. Lastly, but not least, I would like to express our profound gratitude to Ford Foundation, the partners and funders of the Tunaweza project for the past 5 years. Your support has been the backbone of our efforts, and we look forward to continuing this transformative journey together. As we conclude, ELF Africa remains optimistic and hopeful about the future. We aspire to continue our work with the Ford Foundation and all other partners, forging ahead in a mission to empower youth-led social accountability and drive positive change to Kenya. Thank you all for joining us today.
Rising up from Africa, leading like no other.
Sorry, I forgot to dismiss you. So the lounge is officially over. The breakfast meeting is officially over. You're now allowed to network and go at free will. Thank you.
Standing tall and majestic like Mount Zion. Are you ready? Yeah! Africa! Oh, yeah! From the east to the west, to the north, to the south, to the center. ELF, let's go! Come on! bora, udhabiti wetu ndio umoja, tuungane, tusimame. Rise up Africa, rise up Africa.
28th August 2010 ushered in a new constitutional dispensation in Kenya. With it came a new structure of governance, devolution, whose intent and purpose was to take service decision-making and policy processes closest to the people. But who was going to hold the county governments accountable? What role were the young people to play in devolution? How can more young women and men get seats at the decision tables? These and many other questions would be answered in 2017 when we launched the Tunaweza project with support from Ford Foundation. The Tunaweza project's objective is to place young people at the heart of devolution. Tunaweza is a Swahili word for we can, and the rallying call was and remains that young people can engage and deliver. After 5 years of implementation, here is our Tunaweza story.
In the name Tunaweza, Swahili for we can. Yes, we can. People, there's power in people believing and knowing that they can, that they have the power, they have the agency, they have what it takes to change their story and change their destinies and that of their continent and nation, and even families. And so the work we do as Emerging Leaders Foundation is therefore to raise awareness of young people about county governance, about why they need to engage and engage effectively. And even at some point then link them up with the county government officials for them to understand what are some of the opportunities, where are the gaps, where can young people do better, because that is really important.
Tunaweza project started in 2017, and the main aim is to engage youth and to renew the spirit of ownership on devolution processes. And this came about because most of the youths in the different counties within Kenya were not being involved in different devolution processes, and they felt a disconnect between the youth and the leadership of the counties.
From Migori and Bungoma, through Kericho, Uasin Gishu, Narok, Murang'a and Makueni, all the way to the coastal county of Kilifi, hundreds of young people have been a central part of the Tunaweza story. Since inception, we have reached many more through and with these Tunaweza champions, equipped them, showed them the way, and positioned them as devolution crusaders and informed rights holders in their respective counties. Our work through Tunaweza has reverberated in communities, county assemblies, devolution conferences, and offices of select governors.
When I was joining Tunaweza, one of the first trainings we underwent was on social accountability. So since then we've been able to track county budgeting processes. We've been able to write memorandums and petitions on different areas, and through that we have seen some of the issues that we've raised have been taken into account. Some of issues have been addressed with the county from the advocacy initiatives that we've been undertaking here at the grassroots levels.
Over the time, I think we have done well in terms of voicing out the youth agenda in the different spaces. We have the youth policy that is already passed. And during its formulation, we had different members of our unit of Tunaweza championing for it. And these are people who have really helped us even when we want to float out petitions and all documentation, follow-ups with government processes. And they've really helped us to be impactful, and they lobby on our behalf in places that we cannot reach. So that has been one of the key things that I have seen work with the unity.
We bring uniqueness in terms of engagement. And our unique approach is just the learning that we've gotten from Emerging Leaders Foundation and other partners, whereby we are able to follow through a very good accountability process, whereby a young person sitting in some task force, in some leadership space, her views or his view is being taken into the plans, and that's why I talk about even the development plans, the plans for the county. Are they reflected there? What did they make in terms of submitting memorandum, opinions, and everything? Has it been captured? So we brought that meaningful participation is our tool as the unique thing.
In the first, they thought that young people are making noise, but we moved them from the noise to voice.
And they were able to understand that young people are not enemies, but they are their friend. Another thing is that we have been assisting them in mobilizing young people in the grassroots, which was very difficult for them. The youth used to attack them seriously. But after that, things went well.
Through Tunaweza, we have learned how to engage with the county government in different forums, especially on public participation. We have learned how to engage and how to, matters of devolution. And Tunaweza and my team has been participating in different public participations. For example, in the last CIDP, they participated and their input was put on record. So through Tunaweza, we have gained skills, we have been equipped with knowledge to be able to engage with the county government in devolution. Having been one of the people who have had the chance to interact with young people, I'll say Tunaweza is doing, is trying to address some of the challenges in terms of knowledge, because supporting these young people with bringing people who are experts in these fields so that they are able to actually impact that knowledge, that is very key, because these young people in their respective counties, they are empowered with knowledge, they are able to engage from an information point of view because they have understood the processes.
Stories of Tunaweza's impact abound, from fellows who were inspired to run for elective office to county youth policies to more young people appointed to technical communities and working groups. In Makueni, the county youth policy is now in place, thanks to the significant contribution of our Tunaweza champions. In Kilifi County, there is evidence of dwindling cases of teenage pregnancies, school dropouts, and teenage-related crime cases. All thanks to the Tunaweza-steered Kakoneni Football Club, a governance and accountability avenue the Kilifi team uses to mobilize and engage the community in county affairs.
Katika mradi wa Tunaweza umewezesha kupeana mafunzo katika jamii tofauti tofauti kupitia njia tofauti tofauti, lakini haswa kupitia michezo, kushirikisha vijana katika kuangazia vile kaunti ya Kilifi inavyofanya mambo yake, na hiyo imechangia kuongezeka kwa umaarufu na kujua kitu gani ambacho kinaendelea katika gatuzi la Kilifi.
Karibu sana mpenzi msikilizaji wa 88.3 Tukutane Radio FM. Kama ndo kwanza unafungulia radio yako, kipindi hewani ni The Wire.
Migori County was a stronger youth voice in town hall meetings and community media houses, a new dawn heralded by our Tunaweza champions. Previously known for rampant female genital mutilation, Migori County has benefited from Tunaweza's impeccable mobilization skills, which have seen landmark bills passed in the county assembly to curb this archaic tradition, all to secure the safety of young women and allow them an equal opportunity to engage in not only education but governance as well.
The level of awareness on gender-based violence, particularly the FGM, has gone high, and the bad practices like early child marriage into area where they are working in has really gone down, and we appreciate that. They are helping the county to meet its CIDP goals.
I'm proud to say that we're in the process of coming up with a youth policy, which has come a long way. It is the TWG, that is the technical working group. Tunaweza is one of them. So I'm happy that we are going to deliver to the Migori people a youth policy that is going to guide us how to help the youth of Migori County. So it is a plus to Tunaweza and other working groups.
As YAD, we are working with the youths, and we're trying to involve them in agriculture. And Since the youths are always left out, mostly on issues to do with governance and how the county works, I think the collaboration with Tunaweza, it gives us a platform where the youths are able to understand how and even be engaged on how the county government works, and they're empowered actually to understand what is happening.
With devolution entering its second decade in Kenya, there is much to write about. Yet we believe that for rights holders, the work is only getting started. Available evidence from various state agencies points to a greater need for more accountability that must be demanded by all Kenyans. And we believe that Tunaweza remains a key player in this discourse.
I actually foresee, because I see many African countries going the devolved way, I see Tunaweza going beyond Kenya and beyond county governments in Kenya to being able to impact and affect county governments and federal governments in other African countries.
The county government, because of the partnership we have had with Tunaweza, has been now able to receive a lot of ideas from the young people, which we are incorporated in our CIDB, that is County Integrated Development Plan, and also in the draft youth policy. So the youths are now informed and they are able to voice out their concerns, their opinions, their suggestions, and in a better way and in several frameworks, be it online, be it face-to-face interaction. And this is courtesy of Tunaweza program.
Over the next 5 years of devolution, we want to see a lot more transparency and accountability from the county governments. We hope to influence and contribute to the adoption of county youth policies in all 25 Tunaweza counties through our advocacy and community engagement efforts. We want to have young people occupy at least 30% of all appointive seats in different county teams, communities, and working groups. In the next 5 years, we will also influence and contribute to the revision of public participation policies and processes to make them more intentional, equip young people to be proactive, and establish follow-up mechanisms to ensure adequate funding for youth-centric initiatives and 100% implementation.
Moving forward, Tunaweza focus should be more on seeing how they could reach more people, especially on the grassroots level. They could adopt a TOT model, training of trainers, because that's more of sustainable way of doing it. So you train, it could be budget champions at the community level. So the budget champions now train the other community members so that it's a more of sustainable model.
I think the steps that the Tunaweza group can take to engage many more people, it's eradicating the barrier between the government and the youths.
There is also a greater need for robust and consistent project audits. This calls us to conduct more capacity building sessions, to have a movement of objective young people with the requisite know-how to conduct these project audits, and, in turn, train some more young people from their respective wards. The next 5 years also demand that Tunaweza members are thoroughly equipped to support their communities in identifying needs, designing project concepts, and engaging duty bearers to include these in county plans.
Nikiangalia upande wa Tunaweza, at least imewezesha kuleta trust ya community. Community inajua endapo kama niko na jambo fulani, ni nani ninaweza kufuata. Wale members ambao tumekuwa tukifanya na wao, wamekuwa wakileta report wakati tukifanya makongamano, na wanaeleza vile ambavyo community imepata trust kwao na wanajieleza kwao ili waweze kusaidika na yale mambo madogo madogo pale kwa community.
Vijana tunaweza.
Vijana tunaweza.
Vijana tunaweza.
Vijana
tunaweza.
Kwa kweli, vijana tunaweza.
kuinuka, dunia nzima yatazama, uongozi bora, udhabiti wetu, ndio umoja, tuungane, tusimame. Rise up Africa, rise up Africa.
Emerging Leaders Foundation is a non-profit organization that seeks to serve young people and take young people from the periphery of policy and decision-making processes to the center. ELF is that organization that empowers young women and men and puts them at the center to be seen, to be heard, and for them to be equipped sufficiently to make their contribution to national development.
Disturbed by the gender and generational imbalance at decision-making tables, Karen Wakoli dreamt of raising young women and men to have equal access and voice at these tables.
One question after another then took me to the place where I said, okay, I have been mentored to be able to participate and make my contribution to issues of policy, decision-making processes, national development. So why can't I then make a space, create a space to allow other young people to come in and learn and be mentored, coached, equipped for them to make their mark in this life?
Week after week, she sat under these trees with 12 university students, coaching them through campus life.
This is where it all began. Under trees. We used to come here, sit down with the girls. By then, the mentorship was only targeting young women leaders, even though later on young men joined. But then we're just young women coming here, sitting down, learning, playing games, enjoying life together, interacting, supporting each other, and growing. And it's now 10 years. It's really unbelievable.
Then it was just a dream. But today, each of these 12 girls is a remarkable change agent in their communities, proud that they chart their path for the now over 10,000 young women and men that have walked in their ELF steps.
I owe everything that we have in Dadapa to my journey as a fellow at Ladies of Splendor. The idea would not have been conceptualized from my passion to what we are doing now if I did not have that urge from my mentors at Emerging Leaders Foundation to begin from where I was.
Such is the impact of our 10 years, and these stories abound across more than 15 counties and counting.
I would say the biggest tools that I gained from ELF were the tools of public speaking and public speaking for a cause. Because you can be loud, you can be active, but what exactly are you saying? And so it enabled me to raise my voice where it mattered, because we also had trainers who were actually communication specialists, and they would actually tell us this is how we do our thing and this is the impact that we make. And being a lawyer who also had an interest in communication and advocacy, I think that really equipped me with the ability and the knowledge to know what to say and how to say it and who to say it to.
Katika Tunaweza, mafunzo ambayo nimepata ni ya kufuatilizia jinsi gani county government zinavyoendeshwa, kama kwa kizungu wanaita advocacy. Pia ni kuna mambo na mentorship na mambo na budgeting processing, zote ambazo zinafanyika katika county assembly ya Kilifi. Alafu kitu muhimu sana ambayo nilipata kwa ELF ni integrity. Kama kiongozi lazima una integrity, honesty, ilo uaminifu.
I didn't know how to engage the county government. I could see budgets being messed up. A project is not being done at a particular village. With the skills that Emerging Leaders gave me, I'm able now to identify an issue, who is responsible, with my understanding of the structure of the county government.
We have seen this institution emerge from being an obscure national institution to an internationally recognized training center for emerging leaders in the African continent who have an ethical approach to leadership and honesty, integrity in serving the public.
If our work and its impact of the last 10 years has been anything, then our vision for the next 10 years is even bigger.
From an institutional point of view, is that the organization has grown from just a grant receiving to a grant making organization. Because in our work, one of the things that we try to do is to ensure that young people start their own initiatives. And so if they can now start receiving the support that they need, because the work that they're doing without resources cannot be done.
I look at 10 years from now, and I'm definitely sure we need a fully fledged gender program. And it's definitely going to happen. I see us having an ELF